Chapter 1743. Shoo, don't make any noise. Wu Yen held his breath as he looked ahead with a burning gaze. Patrice and Alice, who thought that Wu Yen was about to do something naughty, were startled. They followed Wu Yen's gaze and looked ahead. Soon after, the two girls saw something. In front of him, in the middle of a bamboo forest, a small black shadow jumped out from behind a bamboo tree. Its speed was extremely fast, and it landed on the ground after a few leaps. When it straightened up, something on its head shook a few times, and its scarlet eyes looked at the surroundings. It was a black shadow that was not much different from a cat. Its entire body was pure white, and it was covered in fur. It had a pair of large and long ears that were only half the size of its body. It had a pair of sharp incisors in its mouth, and its eyes were scarlet. However, there was no ferociousness in them. Instead, there was a gentle look in its eyes. It looked unexpectedly gentle. The black shadow was shockingly a rabbit. Rabbit? Patrice and Alice glanced at each other. Could that be the rabbit demon from the Eternal Pavilion? The Eternal Pavilion was a mystical location in the Lost Bamboo Forest. The reason why it was mystical was because not only did humans reside in the Eternal Pavilion, there was also a large group of rabbit demons. Among them, there were even humanoid rabbit demons. Since this rabbit had appeared in the Lost Bamboo Forest, then it must be the rabbit demon from the Eternal Pavilion. However, its cultivation wasn't strong enough to transform, and it could only move like an ordinary rabbit. Of course, if one thought that this small rabbit was easy to bully, then one would be gravely mistaken. Indeed, in terms of strength, this rabbit was pitifully weak in the fantasy village. However, its intellect was much higher than an ordinary rabbit. It was also much more quick-witted. If this rabbit discovered that there was someone nearby, then it would definitely slip away without a second word. Because of this, Wu Yen ignored the danger of being treated as a pervert by Patrice and Alice and hugged the two girls. He hid behind a bamboo tree, even though they understood this point. However, Patrice and Alice didn't feel relieved at all. There was no other reason. That was because, at that very moment, the posture of the man and the two women was simply too erotic. Because it was too rushed. Patrice and Alice are lying on the ground, hiding behind a bamboo tree. Wu Yen pinned the two girls down, one on the left, one on the right, one on the right, one on the left, one on the right. He hugged the two girls in his arms. Therefore, Patrice and Alice could clearly feel the heavy yet comfortable weight of the person on their backs. Furthermore, they could feel the heat and smell from the other party's body. Their heartbeats couldn't help but thump. Why? Why are you hiding? Alice couldn't help but start to struggle. There's no need for us to hide, right? Idiot. Wu Yen didn't know how much of an impact his actions had on Alice. In order to lower his voice, he even placed his mouth between Patrice and Alice's heads and whispered into their ears. If we don't hide, that rabbit demon will definitely run away. If it runs away, then so be it. Wu Yan's warm breath on her ears caused Patrice's ears to redden. Her purple eyes were filled with nervousness. What use does that rabbit demon have? It's going to be very useful. Wu Yen grinned as he stared at the rabbit gnawing on something under a bamboo tree in the forest. That must be the Forever Pavilion's rabbit demon. Furthermore, it might have gotten separated. Someone will either come looking for it or it will run back. So that's how it is. While Alice was still struggling uncomfortably, Patrice had unexpectedly calmed down. You want to follow that rabbit and find the person in the Forever Pavilion or find the Forever Pavilion? Smart. Retracting his gaze from the rabbit, Wu Yen lowered his head and looked at Patrice's fiery red ears. He licked his lips and let out an extremely lustful voice. Seeing how smart you are, do you need me to give you a reward? Wu Yan's hand on Patrice's waist slowly moved upwards as he spoke. His target is obvious. There is only one thing he wants to do. Thus, Patrice's calm facade crumbled as she shook her head like a rattle drum. No need. I don't need any reward. Mama, don't say that. Wu Yen continued to whisper into Patrice's ear. His hand continued to move upwards until he finally reached the top of one of her boobs. He grabbed the boobs that his hand can only cover half of. He rubbed his fingers on them. It's not like I haven't tried. Patrice almost jumped when she felt one of her ample breasts being grabbed and rubbed. However, a doubtful voice from the side caused her to turn sluggish. Reward? Alice seemed to be unable to bear the weight and smell from Wu Yan's body. Her face was extremely red and her heartbeat was so loud that it was almost audible. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "What reward?" "Don't tell me you want it too." Wu Yan smiled maliciously. "Well, I don't mind giving it to you." After speaking, Wu Yan's hand that was hugging Alice's waist started to move upwards. Feeling the scorching hot hand slowly moving towards an important part of her body, Alice was so sensitive that she shivered and panicked. What are you trying to do?" "I didn't do anything." Wu Yan put on an innocent face. "I'm giving you a reward." What reward are you trying to give me?" Alice was so flustered that even her voice had changed. That scorching big hand was slowly approaching that important part of Alice's body. It was climbing up, causing Alice to close her eyes and moan in a low voice. Wait, stop." However, the large hand that made Alice's body go soft still continued to climb up with unwavering determination. Just as Alice had reached the end of her patience and was about to beg for mercy, Patrice suddenly spoke up in a panic. "The rabbit is moving." Wu Yan's hand that was rubbing Patrice's breast and his other hand that was roaming Alice's body stopped at the same time. He raised his head and he looked forward. They saw the rabbit that was nibbling on something under the bamboo tree, jumping through the bamboo trees and running towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Wu Yan immediately retracted his hand. "Let's go. Follow it stealthily." Patrice and Alice heaved a sigh of relief. They clutched their thumping hearts and panted with flushed faces. Patrice and Alice were afraid that Wu Yan would ignore the matter at hand and try to take advantage of the two of them. It seems like this guy knows his limits. Behind the rabbit that was jumping into the depths of the bamboo forest, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice moved stealthily and hid behind the bamboo trees from time to follow it. Looking at the rabbit's purposeful way of skipping forward without hesitation, the three of them could basically confirm that this rabbit was definitely moving with a purpose. Evidently, the rabbit only had one destination. That was the Forever Pavilion. Realizing this, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice were delighted. Their footsteps became lighter and stealthier as they followed the rabbit. After an unknown period of time, Patrice's breathing became hurried and her stamina weakened. Ahead, the rabbit jumped into a bamboo railing mountain path. At the front of the mountain path, a large house appeared before the eyes of Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice. It was a house built in the style of an ancient Japanese house. It was made of bamboo, wood, and thatch. It was clearly an old house, but for some reason it didn't look old at all. Instead, it looked new as though it had just been built. There weren't any traces of history to be found. However, in reality, this house had existed for more than 1,000 years. Not long ago, this house had been hidden and refused visitors. It was only recently that it was gradually opened to the outside world and was known by the people of Fantasy Village. The rabbit jumped into the house without hesitation and ran off to an unknown location. Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice walked out from behind the bamboo trees and looked at the house at the end of the mountain path. That house was the place that Wu Yan, Patrice, and Alice were searching for in the lost bamboo forest. The Forever Pavilion. Chapter 1744. Is that the Forever Pavilion? Gazing at the house at the end of the mountain path, Wu Yan muttered in a daze. It's just an ordinary house. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was an extremely simple and crude house. However, Wu Yan sensed a different aura from the house. It's an aura that transcends time, space, and the entire world. It's an aura that's rich in existence. This aura made the simple and ordinary house seem to have transcended all of a sudden. It gave people a feeling of returning to simplicity, and it also gave people the urge to peel away that transcendental aura and see the truth behind it. It's this impulse that made Wu Yen somewhat intoxicated. He can't wait to go over there. However, Wu Yen also understood. The transcendent aura that permeates the house isn't from the house itself but from the things within. Everything that passes through will leave behind traces. Everything that stays will leave behind an aura. Needless to say, the reason why people were so eager to tear apart the layer of mystery that shrouded the house was because there was an existence with a transcendent aura living inside that made people want to meet him. Finally found it. The pitifully weak Patrice slumped to the ground. She gasped for air. Next time. I'll definitely not come to such a faraway place. Phew. Even Alice couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at Wu Yen, she couldn't help but recall Wu Yan's hands that were crawling all over her body. She could still remember his scent even now. Her pretty face panicked a little, but she pretended to be calm as she spoke. I've brought you to the Forever Pavilion. Can you tell me the secret of Marissa? Yes. Why you still have me? Patrice raised her hand in a half-dead manner. I also want to know the secret of Marissa. Well. Wu Yen regained his senses and shrugged his shoulders. Since you're already here, why don't you follow me to meet the owner of the Forever Pavilion? Just as Wu Yen finished his sentence, someone interrupted him. A clear and aged voice rang out. It reverberated from the front of the mountain path. It's a pity that today's Forever Pavilion doesn't have any guests. Go back to where you came from. Following the voice, a gust of wind blew through the lost bamboo forest. The surrounding bamboos rustled in the wind. Leaves fluttered in the wind and covered the vision of Wu Yen, Patrice, and Alice. When the wind stopped, the fluttering leaves dissipated. When Wu Yen, Patrice, and Alice regained their vision, a figure that seemed to have been there since the beginning entered their vision. The owner of the figure was a young girl. At the very least, from the looks of it, she was indeed a young girl. However, this young lady's attire was rather strange. She was wearing a nurse's cap on her head and a cheongsam dress that was half purple and half red on her upper body. Her lower body was also the same color, but the colors on both sides had been switched, making her look like a cheongsam. The dress was embroidered with constellations and the cap was embroidered with the constellation Lyra. The upper right half had the constellation Cassiopeia, the upper left half had the constellation Big Dipper, the lower right half had the constellation Sagittarius, and the lower left half had the constellation Andromeda. All sorts of constellations were put together and it looked very strange. Even the dress had an 8 trigrams pattern revolving around it. However, it was precisely such a strange dress that no one could find the slightest bit of incongruity when worn by that young girl. Instead, they felt that it was how it should be and that it was extremely suitable. Her long silver hair swayed slightly in the wind that had already dissipated. One could clearly see that the long silver hair that reached her waist had been tied into a braid that hung down behind the young girl's back. The ends of the braid were casually spread out, and a hairband was tied around a little above the braid. The appearance of this young lady could only be described with one word. It was truly shocking. Even when compared to Patrice and Alice who are beside Wu Yen, he's not inferior. Due to the vicissitudes of life he exuded, he gave off a mature vibe. Yonglin, level 95. Level 95. Demigod. This young lady who seemed to be in her 20s was actually a demigod expert. Moreover, he wasn't just any ordinary demigod. He was a level 95 demigod powerhouse who had walked quite a distance in the demigod realm. However, Wu Yen wasn't surprised that this young lady named Yonglin had the strength of a demigod. But this was because Yonglin of 8 Wills was not as young as she looked. No one knew Yonglin's true age. However, Wu Yen was certain that Yonglin was much older than anyone that Wu Yen had ever met. It wasn't something that could be described as 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years. Yonglin was definitely more than 100 million years old. At this age, even if she cultivated for a day and rested for 10 days, it wasn't impossible for her to reach the demigod realm. If it was Wu Yen who had lived this long, let alone the demigod realm, he would have no problem reaching the celestial realm. Therefore, Wu Yen wasn't surprised at all. What surprised Wu Yen was what Yonglin said just now. That. Under Yonglin's calm gaze, Wu Yen felt as though his heart was weighed down. He hesitated for a moment and asked in doubt. Decline the guest? That's exactly what it means. Yonglin didn't look at Patrice and Alice. Instead, she looked at Wu Yen. Rather than saying that she wasn't looking at Patrice and Alice, it was more accurate to say that Yonglin knew who was the one that wanted to visit the Forever Pavilion. Today, the Forever Pavilion won't be receiving any guests. If you are guests, then I'm sorry, but please return. If you are patients, I can treat you here. Although I'm not very willing. By the way, Yonglin Yagi was also a doctor. She was a doctor who could cure almost any disease except for reviving the dead. Furthermore, the 8 wills Yonglin not only treated humans, but also demons. The Forever Pavilion never rejected any patients. As long as someone could find the Forever Pavilion and the 8 wills Yonglin in the Lost Bamboo Forest, the 8 wills Yonglin would treat them. This was probably the first time since the Forever Pavilion had been open to the public, wasn't it? Patrice and Alice looked at each other in dismay. Wu Yen furrowed his brows before relaxing them and looking at Yonglin. We aren't here to seek treatment. We have some matters to discuss with the owner of the Forever Pavilion. Yonglin's expression didn't change. She looked at Wu Yen calmly. That was all it took for Wu Yen to feel an indescribable pressure. After a long time, Yonglin Yaoi sighed slightly. You. Don't you understand? Alice was confused by Yonglin's words. Wu Yen and Patrice muttered to themselves. One of them had a gloomy expression while the other had an astonished expression. Could it be? Seeing Wu Yen's silence, Patrice hesitated for a moment before giving her guess. The Forever Pavilion isn't declining guests. You're just not letting anyone in? Ever since the Forever Pavilion was open to the public, not only would it welcome those who got lost in the Lost Bamboo Forest, but it would also treat patients. Every once in a while, the pavilion would hold an exhibition. It had never rejected anyone from entering. Today, however, Yonglin said that she would not be receiving any guests. Furthermore, it happened to be on the same day as Wu Yen. Furthermore, Yonglin only looked at Wu Yen and didn't have any intention of chasing Patrice and Alice away. Wasn't this enough to explain something? Yonglin didn't agree or refute Patrice's question. Instead, she looked at the silent Wu Yen and shook her head with a smile. Originally, I wanted to use some tricks to make you guys get lost in the Lost Bamboo Forest. If you can't find the Forever Pavilion, you guys will obediently go back. In the end, the location of the Forever Pavilion has been exposed because of a lost rabbit. Plans really can't keep up with changes. Wu Yen, Patrice, and Alice finally understood. The reason why Patrice and Alice led him to the wrong place was all because of Yonglin Yongi. Chapter 1745. Both Patrice and Alice have been to Yongyuan Pavilion before. The environment of the Lost Bamboo Forest changed at a shocking speed. It was easy to get lost. However, Patrice and Alice wouldn't lose their way the moment they entered the Lost Bamboo Forest. Previously, Patrice and Alice thought that it was because they hadn't been here for too long that they were in such a sorry state. In the end, they had to chase after a rabbit to find the Perpetual Pavilion. Only now did they know that it was Yonglin Yongi who had done something behind the scenes. Wu Yen looked at Yonglin in astonishment. You knew that I would come to Yongyuan Pavilion? Yonglin shook her head in response to Wu Yen's astonishment. You're thinking too much. I only sensed your arrival the moment you entered the Lost Bamboo Forest. If she knew that Wu Yen would come and didn't want to let Wu Yen find Yongyuan Pavilion, then with Yonglin's methods, Wu Yen would never find Yongyuan Pavilion. She wouldn't have deciphered Yonglin's plan just because of a rabbit. After all, Yonglin's greatest strength wasn't her demigod-rank strength nor her medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. Instead, it was her intellect. After living for so long, Yonglin's intellect had turned into a demon. Just like Yukari, she was a true sage. In fact, in terms of intellect, Yonglin was slightly superior to Yukari. Yukari was a great demon with the title of Demon Sage. Yonglin was also a person from the moon with the title of Brain of the Moon. So So you did something in the lost bamboo forest at the last minute to prevent me from finding the forever pavilion? Wu Yen frowned deeply. But I don't think I have offended Yongyuan Pavilion in any way, right? You are overthinking this. The reason isn't as great as you think it is. Yonglin looked at Wu Yen with a meaningful look. She had a half-smile on her face. I didn't let you enter Yongyuan Pavilion because of the unpleasant aura on you. An unpleasant aura? Patrice and Alice looked at Wu Yen in disbelief. An unpleasant aura? Wu Yen was also at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. I can sense that guy's aura from you. Yonglin glanced at Wu Yen. Yakumo Violet. Yakumo Yukari? Patrice and Alice paused for a moment. Purple? Wu Yen paused for a moment before he recalled. Yonglin Hachiai wasn't originally a resident of Fantasy Village. Neither were they natives of Earth. It was the people of the moon who lived on the moon. In the past, there had been 2 wars on the moon. It was a war between the forces of Fantasy Town led by Purple and the forces of the moon. It could be said that Violet was the one who initiated the 2 lunar wars. At that time, Yonglin's position was still on the moon. As such, the 2 lunar wars could be said to be a battle between Yonglin and Violet behind the scenes. In the first lunar war, Yonglin set a trap. She let Violet jump in. In the end, Violet led the forces of Fantasy Village to invade the moon and suffered a crushing defeat. In the second lunar war, Yonglin betrayed the moon and entered Fantasy Village. At that time, although she stood on the side of Fantasy Village, she was different from the monsters in Fantasy Village. She didn't actively participate in the war. However, in the second war on the moon, the purple dark sent by Yulo to successfully steal a bottle of wine from the moon and brought it back to the fantasy land to celebrate. They despised the moon's miscalculation and took revenge for the humiliation of the failure of the first war on the moon. They also took revenge for being framed by Yonglin of 8 wills. In other words, the 2 lunar wars caused the 2 monsters with monstrous intelligence to secretly form a grudge. Although the grudge between them had not reached the point where they had to fight to the death, it did not mean that Yukari did not remember it. Otherwise, she would not have plotted revenge during the second war on the moon. Judging from the current situation, Yonglin seemed to have remembered what Yukari had done. Yonglin said that the reason why she didn't want Wu Yen to enter the Forever Pavilion was nothing special. Indeed, it was not a great reason. The reason why Yonglin didn't allow Wu Yen to enter the Forever Pavilion was that she sensed Violet's aura from Wu Yen's body. She could tell that Wu Yen had a close relationship with Violet, so she didn't want him to enter the Forever Pavilion. This was the reason. Understanding this, Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the former moon's brain would actually reject me from entering the Forever Pavilion for such a childish reason. Like you said, I'm just the former moon's brain. Yonglin smiled indifferently. Besides, I've lived for so long, it's quite interesting to let my emotions affect my decisions for once, but your impulsiveness has brought me a lot of trouble. Wu Yen sighed and looked up at Yonglin, who was blocking the path. I have something important to discuss with the owner of the Forever Pavilion. Please make an exception for me. Hachiai Yonglin didn't say anything. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yen. It's as if she's trying to figure out what he's trying to do by observing his expression and expression. Wu Yen didn't say anything either. He met Yonglin's gaze fearlessly. After all, Wu Yen didn't come here to do anything wrong. What was there to be afraid of? Perhaps Yurin saw through his intentions. Yurin looked at Wu Yen for a long time before grinning. It's not impossible to enter the Forever Pavilion. Hearing Yonglin's words, Wu Yen didn't feel happy. Since she had said so, he must satisfy one of Yonglin's conditions if he wanted to enter the Forever Pavilion. As expected, Yonglin took out a small medicine bottle and threw it to Wu Yen. Wu Yen was startled at first, then he reached out and caught the medicine bottle. It was a medicine bottle filled with some unknown liquid. This is a medicine that I've recently researched. I'm planning to let my family's servants try its effect. Yonglin said in a calm tone that could make any servant faint. Now, I've changed my mind. Hearing this, Wu Yen had a bad feeling. Don't tell me, You want to enter the Forever Pavilion, right? Yonglin Yaoi smiled evilly. Then help me test the medicine. After testing the medicine, not only will I let you into the Forever Pavilion, but if you have a request that doesn't cross my bottom line, and it's within my ability, I'll definitely help you complete it. This was a huge promise. If a person in the Spalier world had a demigod like Yonglin's promise, he could do whatever he wanted in the Spalier world. No one would dare to touch him. Even the 3 guardian gods had to give face to this demigod. Moreover, Yonglin wasn't just an ordinary demigod. With the title of the Brain of the Moon and superb medical skills, it wouldn't be easy to find something that Yonglin couldn't do. However, no matter how tempting the promise was, Wu Yen had to think about it. Test the medicine? Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, Wu Yen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of medicine is this? Interesting. What an interesting medicine. Yonglin looked at the medicine bottle. It can draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart. It's effective for 7 days. If you help me test this medicine, I'll let you enter the Forever Pavilion after 7 days. Draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart? Wu Yan's grip on the medicine bottle tightened. He couldn't help but want to crush it. You're a doctor. Why did you develop such a medicine? Interesting, isn't it? Yonglin's lips curled up. Of course, you can try to force your way in without drinking it. I don't mind. Force my way in? Let's not talk about whether I can make it in. Even if I do, I'll be hated. Wouldn't that be a loss? Draw out the deepest sin in a person's heart. Patrice showed an unusual interest. This medicine is quite unique. Give it a try. Let's give it a try. Alice also spoke up, eager to give it a try. It's quite interesting. Interesting, my ass. Could it be that Fantasy Village is filled with people who love to watch a show? That seems to be the case. What's wrong? Yonglin said in a provocative tone. You don't dare? Wu Yen glared at Yonglin and he clenched his teeth. He uncorked the bottle and gulped down the contents of the bottle. Chapter 1746. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Wu Yen was sitting at a round table at the end of the stairs. He was the center of attention. Stare. Remilia hovered in the air. Her scarlet eyes were fixated on Wu Yen. Stare. Fran tried her best to put on a serious expression, but in the eyes of others, she looked adorable. Stare. Zuyi stood behind Remilia and Fran with a calm expression. Her gaze was on Wu Yen. Her blue eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Stare. Patrice's gaze swept over Wu Yen as if she wanted to slice Wu Yen up and down. The 4 young ladies surrounded Wu Yen and stared at Wu Yen like he was a newly planted flower, waiting for it to bloom. They had been in this state for half an hour. Wu Yen endured the gazes of the 4 young ladies while supporting his cheek with his hand. His elbow rested on the table behind him. He tilted his body and looked at Remilia, Fran, Zuyi, and Patrice with an uninterested expression. 10 minutes later, Remilia lost her patience. What? Remilia pursed her lips and said disappointedly. Didn't you say he drank the Moon Man's medicine? Why hasn't there been any change yet? You guys are just here to watch the show. Wu Yan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Let me tell you guys first. That isn't a medicine that can turn humans into animals. It's also not a medicine that can make humans explode like fireworks. Even if you want to watch the show, you won't be able to see anything. Or rather, if it's a drug that can turn humans into animals, or maybe a drug that can make humans explode in the sky like fireworks, Wu Yen would be happier. After all, even if he turned into an animal, Wu Yen could use a small magic trick to turn himself back to his original form. If he exploded like a firework, the pain would be excruciating. But Wu Yen was a true ancestor. He wouldn't die and would only feel pain. Wouldn't that save him a lot of trouble? However, the medicine of 8 wills Yonglin was something that could draw out a person's most instinctive evil. To be honest, Wu Yen is also very nervous right now. He was worried that he wouldn't be himself anymore. Or he might do something irrational under the influence of the medicine. Fortunately, this was Fantasy Village. There were many people more capable than Wu Yen. In addition, there was an invincible witch from town security. Wu Yan wasn't afraid of causing any trouble. It was because of this that Wu Yan drank that bottle of medicine and became the test subject of Yonglin. As for how Wu Yan would react after drinking the medicine, the people in Red Devil Mansion were very curious. That was why they came over to watch after learning that Wu Yan drank the medicine. This also confirmed Wu Yan's previous thoughts. In Fantasy Village, other than Boli Ling Meng who was afraid of trouble, everyone else was a group of people who liked to watch the show. A medicine that can turn humans into animals. A medicine that can make humans explode like fireworks in the sky. Fran was stunned. Brother will turn into an animal and explode like fireworks in the sky? What's so good about animals and explosions? Remilia crossed her arms and said disdainfully, "If you want to see animals, you can go to the human world. Maybe you can just go out and catch an animal that turned into a fairy. As for the explosion, sister wants to see an explosion? Then Fran can help." Fran tilted her head and said with an innocent expression, "All Fran needs to do is to grab something and it will explode with a bang no matter what." Wu Yan, Remilia, Sakuya, and Patrice felt their scalps tingling when they heard Fran's naive expression. They couldn't help but chuckle out loud. No need. Speaking of which, why did you drink some unknown medicine in order to enter that moon person's place? Remilia asked in confusion. Don't tell me you want to find moon weapons from that moon person? In this world, the level of technology on the moon was many levels higher than that on Earth. The ability of the armed forces was also not just a little bit stronger. They could even threaten the monsters. Remilia went to the moon during the Second War on the Moon and saw the advanced weaponry there. That's why she assumed that Wu Yan wanted to get his hands on those advanced weaponry. Otherwise, there's no other way to explain why Wu Yan would drink some unknown drug just to enter the Forever Pavilion. However, Remilia had obviously guessed wrong. I have no interest in those weapons. Wu Yan sighed. I just want to find the owner of Forever Pavilion for something. You said the same thing before. Patrice raised her head and asked suspiciously, but what is it? Well, Wu Yan didn't try to hide it. I just want a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion. Wu Yan wanted to enter Forever Pavilion to obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion and to complete his Demigod Path mission. The fourth segment, Path to Demigod, requires him to obtain 5 types of blood. Blood that contains the power of fantasy. Blood that contains the power of realm. Blood that contains the power of eternity. Blood that contains the power of nature. Blood that contains the power of time. When he brought Fran back to Scarlet Devil Mansion and fought with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood from Black Knight who could control time. Blood that contains the power of time. This proves that Wu Yan's conjecture is correct. The 5 types of essence blood were the blood of beings who had the power of fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, and time. In other words, Wu Yan only needed to obtain the blood of existences with the power of fantasy, realm, eternity, nature, and time respectively. Blood that contains the power of time was Black Knight's blood. Blood that contains the power of realm was most likely Violet's blood. And in the Lost Bamboo Forest, the owner of the Eternal Pavilion had an ability related to eternity. If he could obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion, he would be able to obtain the blood that contains the power of eternity. This was the reason why Wu Yan didn't hesitate to drink Yonglin's medicine in order to enter Forever Pavilion. Otherwise, even if he managed to barge in, the owner of Forever Pavilion wouldn't give him a drop of blood as an uninvited guest unless he tried to rob it. However, if he did that, he would completely offend the Moon Brain. Compared to offending Yonglin, testing the medicine was more reliable. Anyway, it was just a bottle of medicine with a validity of 7 days. 7 days would pass in a jiffy. At that time, Yonglin would have to fulfill her promise. Not only would she allow Wu Yan to enter Forever Pavilion, she would also do her best to help Wu Yan. It shouldn't be too much to ask Yonglin to obtain a drop of blood from the owner of Forever Pavilion, right? Of course, Remilia, Fran, Black Knight, and Patrice, who didn't know the whole story, looked at each other in dismay. Remilia even asked such a question. Could it be that a true ancestor like you has a hobby of collecting blood from different people? Hearing this, Patrice and Black Knight also came to a realization. Unfortunately, they forgot that Wu Yen once said that he never drinks blood, and he won't collect other people's blood for his own hobby. Well, just think of it as my hobby. Wu Yen didn't bother explaining himself as he stood up. It's getting late, let's go back to sleep. I just woke up. Remilia grumbled. Besides, it's already nighttime, why are we still sleeping? No. Normally, we should sleep at night, right? However, for a vampire like Remilia, night is the time for her activities and day is for her to sleep. You can have fun on your own. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he picked up Fran. Fran, let's go to sleep. Okay, after speaking, Wu Yen carried Fran and walked towards the room. Stop right there. Remilia was stunned for a moment before shouting. Don't look for Fran when you're sleeping. Also, you're walking towards my room. Bye. Looking at Wu Yan's departing figure, Patrice uttered those words out of sheer inexplicable coincidence. If you feel anything strange about your body, remember to tell us. Got it. After leaving those lazy words, Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the hall. Chapter 1747. The next morning. Since Remilia usually moved around at night and slept in the morning, even if Remilia was unwilling, Wu Yan still slept in her room with Fran. When he woke up, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes. He yawned and he got up from his bed. He gently removed Fran's limbs from his body and he stretched his back. Wu Yan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He felt nauseous, like he was going to vomit. He clutched his head and groaned. However, the dizziness and nausea disappeared as quickly as it came. In less than 2 to 3 seconds, the nausea receded like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. Wu Yan's consciousness finally awoke from the hazy state brought on by his sleepy state. His body quivered slightly as he jolted awake. He examined his body and moved his shoulders and limbs around. After finding nothing wrong with his body, he scratched his cheeks. Could it be that I got up too quickly so I feel dizzy? With that in mind, Wu Yan closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. Body, nothing out of the ordinary. Magic, operating freely. Consciousness, very clear. Strength, as usual. Whether it was his own body or the power he controlled, nothing out of the ordinary made Wu Yan feel strange. However, Wu Yan didn't dare to be careless. There was no other reason other than the fact that he just drank Yonglin's experimental potion yesterday. He didn't know if it would work or not. Arousing the most fundamental evil in the human heart. After muttering, Wu Yan frowned. Originally, Wu Yan thought that his mind might be occupied by the most fundamental evil mentioned by Yonglin and do something out of his control. Perhaps his will would be hidden and replaced by another will. But what he felt at this moment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. He was still him, physically and mentally. There was no change at all. There was nothing out of the ordinary with his body. His consciousness was very clear. What's going on? Did Yonglin's potion lose its effect? Or because the medicine of the 8 wills' eternal beauty was not strong enough to break through his endless martial refinement of mind, technique, and body as one, and could not affect him. However, as the brain of the moon, a demigod champion, and an unparalleled doctor, would the medicine made by Yonglin of 8 will be so weak that it could not break through the state of mind brought about by his endless martial arts training? Forget it. Unable to figure it out, Wu Yan decided not to think about it. It's best if it doesn't work. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan looked at Fran, who was sleeping soundly, and shook her awake. Red Devil Mansion, Hall. At this moment, Remilia was yawning and sitting at the head of the round table on the platform as if she was about to fall asleep. She was eating breakfast. During the day, Remilia was sleeping. However, before going to bed, Zhao Yi requested that Remilia eat breakfast before going to bed. That way, it would be beneficial for her body. Thus, to Remilia, breakfast was equivalent to a midnight snack for others before they went to bed. Wu Yan carried a half-asleep Fran to the main hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Wu Yan was surprised by what he saw. Because in the hall, other than Remilia and Zhao Yi, Patrice, who never left the house, was also sitting at the table and eating breakfast prepared by Zhao Yi. When Wu Yan entered the hall, Patrice noticed him. She looked up and sized up Wu Yan. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "You're up?" "Yes," Wu Yan casually replied. He carried Fran and sat down without greeting the young lady who was supposed to be served. He placed the half-asleep Fran on the seat beside him. "Why are you acting so strange today? Why aren't you squatting in your library?" "I'm only here to check on your health." Patrice half closed her eyes and replied truthfully. Soon after, she felt that her words were a little insincere and immediately added another sentence. "After all, you just drank the Moon People's medicine yesterday. Today might be the day it acts up. I'm quite interested in the effects of the medicine." Wu Yan snorted. He lifted his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how much the medicine can affect me, I'm not someone to be trifled with. If I get serious, I might as well challenge Yongyong Pavilion and fight it out with Yongyong Lin. I'm not without confidence in winning." Wu Yan has Violet's Red Jade mode. It might be difficult to win against Yongyong Lin while Violet's Red Jade mode is in effect, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to tie with Yongyong Lin. Wu Yan didn't realize that when he said those words, his eyes were filled with a sense of pride and disdain that would never appear in the past. Only Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi noticed something amiss and frowned. It's not that the three of them felt that Wu Yan's words were inappropriate. It's because the three of them knew that Wu Yan was hiding a lot of secrets. No one in Scarlet Fiend Mansion had a thorough understanding of him. Therefore, the three of them didn't dare to say that Wu Yan wouldn't be able to do what he said. After a few days of interaction, Remilia, Patrice, Zhuyi, and the others didn't know much about Wu Yan's secrets, but they did have a better understanding of Wu Yan's personality. To put it simply, Wu Yan is a casual person. He won't be bound by rules and regulations. Even if his every action seems to have a purpose, he still lives a free and easy life. He won't force himself to do anything. How could such a casual person display such obvious arrogance and disdain towards others? Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi weren't idiots and immediately had such a thought. Wu Yan seemed to have changed. "Hey!" Remilia put down her utensils and frowned at Wu Yan. "Don't you feel that something is wrong with you?" "Wrong?" Wu Yan casually replied. "I don't feel that anything is wrong with me." "You really don't feel that you're different from usual?" Patrice's purple eyes were filled with seriousness as though she wanted to see through Wu Yan. "I think you should take a closer look at your body to see if there's anything wrong." "I already said I'm fine." Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi looked at him as though he was a problematic child. Wu Yan knitted his brows and his eyes revealed obvious impatience. The so-called Moon's brain is just that. It's too early for a mere bottle of medicine to cause problems for me. Patrice's eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom as she spoke in a deep voice. "I feel that the Moon's medicine has already taken effect." Following this sentence, a heavy atmosphere suddenly surrounded everyone at the scene. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Patrice and then at Remilia before laughing out loud. "Who do you think I am? Useless like you guys?" Patrice, Zhuyi, and Fran were stunned by his arrogant words. Remilia was enraged, and just as she was about to stand up, Zhuyi held her back. Perhaps he felt that there was no more common topics to talk about. He stood up and without looking at the girls, he turned around and left the scene. "Zhuyi." Remilia glared at Zhuyi. "Why did you stop me?" "Young mistress." Zhuyi bowed apologetically. "I'm really sorry, but Zhuyi feels that Master Bai's condition is a little strange. If young mistress were to clash with Master Bai now, it might blow things up." "So be it." Remilia's anger had yet to dissipate. "Do I, Remilia, need to be insulted by others? Remy, don't be angry. I also feel that something is amiss. Patrice consoled Remilia before turning to Zuyi. Zuyi, pay more attention to Master Bai today and see if you can discover anything. Yes, young Mistress Patrice. Fran bit on a spoon and gazed at Wu Yen, who was gradually walking away. She muttered worriedly, Big brother. Chapter 1748. Wu Yen was in a bad mood, very bad mood. Wu Yen couldn't pinpoint exactly why he was upset. However, when Remilia, Patrice, Zuyi and the others looked at him strangely, Wu Yen felt restless. That feeling was as if his pride had been hurt. It was very unpleasant. Yonglin is indeed strong, but I'm not weak either, right? Wu Yen sneered and he spat out those words in an arrogant manner. If it weren't for the demigod path quest, I would have reached the demigod level a long time ago. I might have even reached a higher level than Yonglin. I've never lost to anyone of the same level. That was the truth. Let alone being at the same level, even if his level is lower than his opponent's, as long as the difference isn't due to the difference in levels, Wu Yen is confident that he won't lose or even win. Moreover, I'm not fighting Yonglin right now. I only drank a bottle of potion. Why are they treating me like an idiot? Wu Yen curled his lips. If I knew, I would have fought Yonglin yesterday. Those who don't know might think I drank Yonglin's potion because I'm afraid of her. It was true that he didn't want to offend Yonglin, but that didn't mean that Wu Yen was afraid of her. He just didn't want their relationship to be strained. After all, Yonglin wasn't an annoying person. At most, she had a bad personality. That was why she rejected Wu Yen when she sensed Yukari's aura. Now that I think about it, instead of being looked down upon, I might as well barge in and snatch the essence blood of eternity. Wu Yen was displeased. As for straining our relationship, so be it. Thinking this way, he didn't realize that his words have gone beyond the scope of indignation. They have turned into true arrogance and rudeness. Yonglin is stronger than Wu Yen right now, but Yonglin is still stronger than Wu Yen. Even if she wasn't as strong as Wu Yen. If it was in the past, Wu Yen wouldn't look down on someone because of their strength. But now, Wu Yen was using his strength to evaluate others. He even had a status. Those who were as strong as him. At least they could get along. Those who weren't as strong as him. What right did they have to talk to him? As for those who were stronger than him, that was only temporary. Once he completed the demigod path mission, who would be his opponent? Wu Yan's mood improved a lot. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Wu Yen. There was no sign of the person's presence, not even the slightest bit of aura. Lord Bai. Who is it? Wu Yen turned around abruptly. He saw a silver-haired girl in a maid uniform with an indifferent expression on her face. Yukari? I'm sorry, Lord Bai. Yukari bowed respectfully. But if one looked closely, Yukari's expression was still calm. Yukari is used to moving like this. I'm sorry for scaring you. Time stop. Just now, Zuyi must have used this ability to sneak up behind Wu Yen without leaking any of her aura. Wu Yen didn't notice her until she appeared. Scared? Do you think I would be scared? Wu Yen glanced at Yukari. But I don't like people appearing behind me silently. If there's a next time, I can't guarantee that I won't treat you as an attacker. Yukari paused for a moment and then nodded. Yukari understands. That's good. Wu Yen nodded with satisfaction. Why are you looking for me? Did Lord Bai forget? Sakuya frowned when she saw Wu Yan's nonchalant expression. He didn't seem to want to talk to her at all. She quickly recovered her composure. Yesterday, you said that you wanted to personally cook a meal and let Bu Yi experience your cooking skills. Cook? Wu Yen was stunned. He seemed to have remembered this. However, Wu Yen didn't show any sign of understanding. Instead, he showed a hint of reluctance. That's what a servant should do, not what I should do. When he heard this, it was Zun Ye's turn to be stunned, and his beautiful blue eyes were filled with a strong sense of discomfort. What a servant should do. Does Lord Bai really think so? Yukari couldn't help but think back to the conversation with Wu Yen yesterday morning. I'm a newcomer. There are many things I can't take care of. With a knowing and gentle smile, Wu Yen reached out his hand to the stunned Yukari. When the time comes, you have to help me, my head maid. At that time, Wu Yen didn't reject the position of butler because of his identity as a true ancestor. Instead, he said that there were many things he couldn't take care of. He didn't think it was shameful at all. Moreover, at that time, Wu Yen didn't treat Sakuya as a servant at all. He extended his hand and shook Sakuya's hand. Frankly speaking, that was the first time Yukari shook hands with someone in her life. Therefore, Yukari didn't believe that Wu Yen was the kind of person who looked down on other people's work. Sure enough, something happened to Lord Bai that we didn't know about. Thinking this, Yukari decided to test it. But the first and second young ladies seemed to be looking forward to Lord Bai's cooking. Yukari looked straight at Wu Yen. Since Lord Bai is the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, it shouldn't be a problem for him to serve the first and second young ladies, right? Butler? Wu Yen was stunned. The smile on his face widened. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did I hear wrong? Yukari didn't say anything. She just stared at the laughing Wu Yen with a serious expression. You don't really think I'll be the butler, do you? Wu Yen snickered and he continued with a look of disdain. I just think that Remilia announced that I'm the butler in front of so many people. It's not bad to embarrass her. Who would really be the butler? Now, Yukari was finally sure. The medicine of Yonglin of 8 Wills had definitely taken effect. Yukari was sure that before today, Wu Yen didn't have any thoughts of looking down on his position as the butler. Otherwise, Wu Yen wouldn't have put on the uniform of a deacon yesterday. He wouldn't have personally poured black tea for Remilia or squatted down to feed Remilia and Fran. At that time, Wu Yen didn't have any dissatisfaction with the position of the butler. He only looked at Remilia and Fran with love and care. There was definitely no contempt like now. Yukari was immersed in her thoughts when suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her into a warm embrace. It was Wu Yen. A cold glint flashed in Sakuya's eyes. She lifted her head and looked at Wu Yen, who was looking at her with an evil grin while hugging her. Her voice sounded like an ancient well. Lord Bai, please respect yourself. Unfortunately, Wu Yen didn't listen to her. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and lifted Yukari's chin. Hey, Yukari, why don't you be my maid? Lord Bai. Hey Osama. Sakuya met Wu Yan's fiery gaze without any fear. She raised her voice a bit. I won't betray the young mistress. Am I not as good as Remilia? Wu Yen smiled disdainfully and slowly moved his lips closer to Yukari's. I'm stronger than Remilia. Although I'm younger than Remilia, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than Remilia. I can even let you see a wider world and let your strength surpass Remilia's. Don't you want to consider it? Yukari. Yukari didn't say anything. She just looked at Wu Yen calmly. Even the cold light in her eyes disappeared. You're really loyal. Wu Yen said indifferently. With a mischievous smile, he slowly moved closer to Yukari's lips. Seeing that Wu Yen was about to take her first kiss, Yukari's face was still calm. She didn't even struggle or resist. It was as if she had become a puppet and had lost her feelings. Her reaction is eerily calm. When he was about to touch her lips, Wu Yen couldn't help but stop. Wu Yen didn't understand until this moment. If he really kissed her like this, Yukari definitely wouldn't resist. However, from now on, the relationship between him and Black Knight would forever stop at being strangers. Wu Yen had such a premonition. Chapter 1749. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene was infinitely close to a cold state, making people feel the space become heavy and incomparably oppressive. With one hand around Ruoye's waist and the other holding her chin, the distance between their lips was less than 5 centimeters. Ruoye didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She only needed to lean forward, and in the next second, this perfect and chic headmaid's first kiss would be snatched away by Wu Yen. However, looking at Ruoye's seductive lips and delicate face, feeling her soft body and smelling her blood-boiling body fragrance, Wu Yen felt that this 5 centimeters distance seemed to be the furthest distance in the world. There was a wall between them that couldn't be shortened no matter what. No, it should be said that Wu Yen didn't dare to shorten this 5 centimeters distance. That's because, looking at Kui Ye's strangely calm blue eyes, a voice kept telling Wu Yen in his heart, "Can't kiss. If you kiss, then there's no way to take it back." However, another voice kept echoing in Wu Yan's mind. "Kiss her. Take this perfect and chic head made from Remilia's side. The person who should have such a perfect head made shouldn't be Remilia, but him." Two voices, one was ringing in Wu Yan's head while the other was ringing in Wu Yan's heart like a drum. It made Wu Yen feel as if the whole world was distorted and his body was split in half. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it also made him dizzy. Under the unbearable dizziness, Wu Yen squeezed out a painful groan from his throat. His body went limp and he directly fell to the ground. However, before Wu Yen fell to the ground, a soft and delicate body embraced Wu Yan's body and supported him. "Lord Bai." She hugged Wu Yen as if they were hugging each other. She let Wu Yan's head lean on her shoulder. She rested her chin on Wu Yan's shoulder as well. Her voice didn't have that eerie calmness anymore. Instead, there was only a hint of gentleness. "Are you all right?" "Jiao Yi." Wu Yan felt his head go numb. His vision could not be restored either. Everyone felt dizzy. However, he still forced himself to speak. "I'm fine, Lord Bai." It was the same greeting, but this time, Bu Ye's tone was forceful. "You are tired? Tired? Am I tired?" He used the last bit of rationality he had left. Wu Yen pondered over this question for a moment, and then replied in a hazy manner. Maybe. Wu Yen, who was leaning on Ji Yi, didn't notice that his answer had made Ji Ye's calm, beautiful face soften a little. "Lord Bai, I'll take you back to your room to rest." Then, Ji Yi didn't ask for Wu Yan's permission. He supported Wu Yen, who had fallen on him, put one of his arms around his neck, and put him on his shoulder. Then he moved step by step towards Remilia's room. Although there were plenty of rooms in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Wu Yen had been staying in Remilia's room with Fran these days. Therefore, Ji Yi subconsciously brought Wu Yen to Remilia's room and let him lie on her bed. Looking at Wu Yen, who was lying on the bed in a daze, Ji Yi hesitated for a moment and finally said this. "Lord Bai, your behavior today is really a bit strange. You're saying that again?" Wu Yen reflexively wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but the dizziness in his head didn't allow him to make such a big fuss. He could only show a tired expression. "Then tell me, how am I strange?" I think. Ji lowered his head and quietly looked at the tired Wu Yen, who was holding his head. "Today's Lord Bai is completely different from the usual Lord Bai." Hearing this, Wu Yan's tired expression froze on his face. No matter what, Ji Yi is only a maid and has no right to lecture Lord Bai. However, Ji Yi has something to tell Lord Bai no matter what. Ji Ye's eyes rippled. Compared to today's Lord Bai, Ji Yi hopes to get along with the past Lord Bai more. Ji Yi bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Lying on the bed, Wu Yen couldn't help but hold his dizzy head. His wine-red eyes were filled with uncertainty. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yen felt that he was a bit strange. Disregarding everything else, when he woke up in the morning, he felt dizzy for no reason, but his body was fine. When he interacted with Remilia, Patrice, Shi Yi, and even Furan, he felt that they had to treat him as the main body and stand on his side. Not only that, he also subconsciously looked down on the Yonglin potion that he drank yesterday. He felt that a mere bottle of potion wouldn't be able to affect him. Wasn't this kind of thinking a bit too arrogant? What kind of person was Yonglin? She was a monster who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Be it strength, methods, intelligence, or even lifestyle, she was a monster. Even if he had a trump card, he still didn't have the confidence to win against the other party, right? Since he didn't have absolute confidence in winning, what right did he have to criticize Yonglin and look down on her medicine? Moreover, Wu Yen had been wondering why he didn't feel anything strange after drinking Yonglin's medicine. Was it really because Yonglin's medicine wasn't effective on him? With Yonglin's methods, Wu Yen didn't think that would be the case. But before this, Wu Yen took it for granted that Yonglin's medicine couldn't do anything to him and looked down on Yonglin's medicine. In fact, he even looked at Yonglin with contempt. After thinking about it, Wu Yen frowned. His head hurt even more and he couldn't help but rub his forehead. Thinking back, Wu Yen realized that his attitude today is very different from how he used to be. He was too arrogant and conceited. Moreover, his arrogant attitude, mental activity, and even his words were expressed so naturally. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Even at this moment, Wu Yen still had a certain degree of arrogance. In Wu Yan's mind, he had the ruby mode as his trump card, which allowed him to have the same level of strength and ability as Yukari for a short period of time. He also had powerful and mysterious trump cards such as familiars. He was also the king of vampires. Everything about him was far superior to others. Even in this fantasy land blessed by the gods, other than a few existences, everyone else was just a pile of trash with a combat strength of 5 compared to him. Wasn't that arrogant and conceited? What was even more terrifying was that this arrogance came directly from Wu Yan's heart. Even he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Could it be that Yonglin's medicine really worked? His train of thought stopped here. In the next moment, the negative effects of dizziness assaulted him. Fatigue suddenly assaulted Wu Yan's mind, causing Wu Yan to feel drowsy and fall asleep. On the other side, Ziyi walked out of Remilia's room and closed the door. He then walked to the corridor. At the corner of the corridor, Patrice was standing there. How is it? Patrice glanced over when she saw Zhao Yi walking over. Is he all right? From her words, it can be seen that Patrice was present the whole time. He should be fine. Ziyi shook his head, but his brows were tightly knitted. However, just as Madame Patrice said, the medicine that Lord Bai drank should have taken effect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge change. Indeed, compared to 2 days ago, his behavior today was too abnormal. I almost thought that this was his true nature, Patrice said in vexation. However, if his nature is that arrogant, there's no need for him to stay in Scarlet Devil Mansion as a housekeeper, right? Madame Patrice. Ziyi hesitated for a moment before asking. What do you think we should do? Give me some time. Patrice muttered to herself for a moment before giving an answer. I will go back and look for information to see what the most fundamental evil in his heart is. Ziyi nodded and turned to look at Remilia's room. His eyes flickered with an indescribable light. Chapter 1750. Just like that, a whole day passed, until the next morning, the 2 voices that had been lingering in Wu Yan's heart and mind, causing Wu Yan to feel dizzy and tired, slowly dissipated. Wu Yan, who was sleeping, let out a comfortable sigh and woke up from his dream. Wiping the sweat that covered his forehead, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. This is probably the first time that I feel that sleeping is not a good thing. Under the torment of dizziness and exhaustion, rather than saying that he was sleeping, it would be more accurate to say that he was in a nightmare. He felt as if something heavy is pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. He couldn't turn over, he couldn't open his eyes, he couldn't move, it's a torment. However, now that he woke up, Wu Yan felt refreshed all over. It wasn't just because he was freed from this torture, nor was it because the 2 voices that kept colliding in his mind and heart disappeared. It was also because he faintly felt that something was wrong yesterday. Now, Wu Yan dared to say that there was definitely something wrong with him yesterday. Because, at this moment, the arrogance that came from the bottom of his heart had disappeared without a trace along with the 2 voices. The medicine of Yonglin of 8 senses has indeed taken effect, causing a change in my state of mind. A few wisps of haze appeared in Wu Yan's eyes. Drawing out the most fundamental sin in one's heart? Could it be that the most fundamental sin in my heart was what happened yesterday? Of course, compared to this. What made Wu Yan more confused was that Yonglin of 8 senses clearly said that the medicine would last for 7 days, but now only 1 day had passed. How did he return to normal? At least now, Wu Yan didn't feel that he looked down on Yonglin of 8 senses in his heart at all. He also didn't feel how strong he was in Fantasy Village at all. His mentality and thoughts had completely returned to normal. Could it be that the medicine of Yonglin of 8 senses didn't take effect? But the effect was weakened? After all, Yonglin of 8 senses said that this medicine was just an experimental product. She originally planned to use it for the servants of Yongyong Pavilion before the medicine test was completed. No one knew whether this medicine could produce the expected effect. But on second thought, Wu Yen rejected again. Yesterday, I thought that Yonglin of 8 senses medicine didn't work. In the end, I was tricked. This time, I can't be careless. Otherwise, it's very likely that not only will I be a sinner, but I will also faint again. Wu Yen finally understood the essence of the voice that collided with the voice in his head and in his heart. These two voices, one of them was his own heart, and the other was the mentality caused by Yonglin of 8 senses medicine. Yesterday, Zui Ye's calm and strange performance aroused Wu Yan's disapproval of his behavior at that time. It awakened Wu Yan's heart that was covered by arrogance and conceit. If it was the original Wu Yan, he would definitely not have done such a rude thing and said such arrogant words. It almost broke the relationship that he had established with Zui Yi. And of course, Wu Yan absolutely didn't want the relationship that he had established with Zui Yi to be broken. Therefore, Wu Yan's heart was awakened and collided with the mentality caused by the medicine. As a result, under the collision of two different states of mind, Wu Yan's head couldn't bear the burden of two spirits and suddenly crashed. This was the fundamental reason why Wu Yan suddenly felt dizzy and tired. I have to be careful today. Wu Yan was a little vigilant and said to himself with guilt. Also, I have to apologize to Remilia and Zui. With that, Wu Yan lifted the blanket, got off the bed and walked out of the room. Scarlet Devil Mansion. Today, Patrice wasn't in the main hall like yesterday. Remilia, Fran, and Zui weren't in the main hall either. Instead, they went to the balcony on the second floor of Scarlet Devil Mansion. On the balcony, there was a small round table with all kinds of tea sets on it. Remilia and Fran were sitting opposite each other. In front of them was a pure white teacup filled with scarlet liquid. Their expressions were somewhat absent-minded. Especially Fran, her wine-red eyes were filled with apprehension and uneasiness. Sometimes, there was even a trace of anxiety. Remilia, who saw this, felt vexed and angry. Remilia said unhappily, "Are you still thinking about Yakumo-bai?" Yakumo-bai? Fran blinked in confusion. Then, she remembered that this name was Wu Yan's current alias. She couldn't help but nod. "Big brother, is he all right?" "He won't die." Remilia's tone turned sour after getting the answer. "I'm clearly your biological sister, but I don't see you being this concerned about me." Hearing this, Fran tilted her head and suddenly smiled. "Big sister, are you jealous?" "Huh." Remilia widened her eyes and flipped out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "Who would be jealous of that bastard?" "Big sister, aren't you jealous?" Furan's face was filled with confusion. She continued to speak until she was shocked to death. "Then, big sister, do you like Fran?" But Remilia stammered in embarrassment. "Big sister? Of course big sister likes Fran. Isn't big sister jealous of big brother because Fran is so concerned about him?" Fran immediately beamed with joy and said such a sentence. "What? So big sister is really a siscon?" "What?" Remilia almost fell to the ground. She looked at Fran in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, "Who taught you to say that?" "Big brother." Fran answered honestly. "It's big brother. That bastard vampire true ancestor." Remilia exploded. "What did he teach Fran?" "What?" Fran had a doubtful look on her face once again. "Isn't a siscon someone who likes their own sister a lot?" "Ah." Remilia's roar came to an abrupt halt. She rolled her eyes and hurriedly nodded. That's right. It means liking your own sister." "What?" Fran puffed up her cheeks. "Then big sister likes Fran. Isn't that a siscon?" Remilia's face turned red and white. She couldn't explain anything. Her expression was strangely sullen. Looking at Remilia's sullen expression, Ruo Yi couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. He casually glanced at the balcony entrance and was stunned. Wu Yen, who was looking for something, happened to pass by. Zui Yi saw him. Zui Yi inadvertently called out when Wu Yan was about to walk over. "Bye-bye." Remilia and Flan turned around when they heard Sakuya's voice. Wu Yan, who was about to leave the balcony, stopped, and he turned around to look at them. "You're here?" Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. "Finally found you, big brother." Fran stood up from her chair and jumped toward the balcony entrance. She crossed several meters and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. "Fran was so worried about you." "Flan." Wu Yan hugged the petite girl who jumped into his arms. He rubbed Flan's head in a doting manner. "Sorry for making you worry." Remilia and Sakuya exchanged glances when they saw the adoration in Wu Yan's eyes and his apologetic tone. "Do?" Remilia hesitated for a moment before asking. "Are you okay?" Wu Yan looked up at Remilia and Zui Yi with a bitter smile. "I don't know when I'll get a cramp, but I'm really sorry about yesterday. I went a little too far. Yesterday, not only did Wu Yan call them useless in front of Remilia and the others, he also tried to force Sakuya to become his maid. That wasn't just a little too far, it was very far." Wu Yan's apology eased Remilia's expression, and she turned her head away. "Looks like you've really recovered." When Sakuya saw the usual indulgence and clarity in Wu Yan's eyes, her heart unknowingly calmed down. She told Wu Yan, "Lord Bai, if you feel that something is wrong, please remember to tell us." "I will." Wu Yan looked at Sakuya. "She's neither servile nor overbearing. She's confident and cool." He praised her in his heart. No one could find any fault with this maid. Another idea popped up in his mind after thinking about it for a bit. Why would such a perfect being be Remilia's maid and not his? Chapter 1751. Why couldn't she be his maid? When such a thought appeared in Wu Yan's mind, it was like a spark that quickly burned through every corner of Wu Yan's heart, causing a dark and negative emotion to emerge in Wu Yan's heart. Driven by this negative emotion, Wu Yan actually developed a sense of rejection, hostility, and even a trace of killing intent towards Remilia. Remilia, who was about to drink tea, keenly felt a sense of hostility and killing intent lock onto her at the same time. She even felt a sense of danger in her heart, causing her hand that was holding the teacup to tremble violently. She turned her head abruptly and looked over. Thus, Remilia saw it. The pair of wine-red eyes kept turning. Sometimes it's the usual wine-red color, other times it's the gold color that represents a noble bloodline. There's hostility and killing intent in those eyes as he stared at Wu Yan. Seeing the hostility and killing intent in Wu Yan's eyes, Remilia seemed to have suffered a blow, and her expression was abnormally ugly. It was because Remilia no longer hated this inexplicable true ancestor of vampires as much as before. Instead, she truly treated him as someone close to her. It couldn't be helped. Not only did this man in front of her sleep in the same bed as her, but he also treated her as a younger sister. He doted on her, took care of her, and even fed her. On the surface, Remilia disdained this kind of behavior, but in fact, she enjoyed it very much. Fran stayed in the basement for hundreds of years and tasted loneliness. What about Remilia? She had almost ruled the entire fantasy land. She even had the idea of invading the moon. Attempting to invade the moon did seem awe-inspiring on the surface, but hadn't Remilia never enjoyed the feeling of kinship? Not only did she have no parents, but she also had to personally lock her only sister in the basement. Although this behavior was a bit extreme. However, Remilia's desire for kinship was also unconcealable. Now, her biological sister had recovered. She could live with her openly, and she even had a brother who talked to himself. Remilia had never admitted it, but in her heart, she had indeed developed a trace of dependence towards Wu Yan. This trace of dependence was still very weak, but if it continued to develop, sooner or later, Remilia would be like Fran and treat Wu Yan as her own kin. Under such circumstances, seeing Wu Yan develop hostility and killing intent towards her for no reason, Remilia's heart felt a little uncomfortable. Her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness, but more than that, her anger towards Wu Yan. Remilia's eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes that constantly alternating between red and gold. As she withstood the faint pressure from her bloodline, she spoke. "What is the meaning of this?" "Lord Bai." Zui also noticed the change in Wu Yan. Unknowingly, he appeared beside Wu Yan and pressed down on Wu Yan's shoulder. Please calm down. Wu Yan was already somewhat awakened by Remilia's scolding, but now that Zui Yi spoke, Wu Yan's heart immediately surged with more negative emotions, causing his eyes to completely turn gold. For Remilia? Zui Yi stopped me for Remilia's sake, right? Why is she so nice to Remilia? Am I not worthy of being treated well by her? Such thoughts continuously emerged from the depths of Wu Yan's heart, causing the surface of Wu Yan's body to begin circulating with a faint magical light. Brother. Fran subconsciously felt that something was wrong and hugged Wu Yan tightly. Bye-bye. Zui Yi couldn't help but raise his voice. Don't forget, you've always treated Miss as your younger sister. This sentence was like a basin of cold water splashing into Wu Yan's heart, causing Wu Yan's heart to turn cold and his expression to clear up. He finally understood what he had just done. At the same time, just like yesterday, two completely different voices in his mind and heart collided once again, allowing Wu Yan to instantly understand. The medicine of 8 wills eternal beauty was still in effect. His heart was confronting the mentality triggered by the medicine's effect. The moment he understood, Wu Yan's head exploded and buzzed. Ugh. Screaming in pain, Wu Yan covered his head and squatted down. His eyes and face were filled with pain. Big brother! Fran yelled. Bye-bye. Zui Yi also exclaimed. Remilia would have lived for 500 years in vain if she still didn't realize that something was wrong. Looking at Wu Yan squatting down and covering his head with a painful expression, she couldn't help but stand up. However, Wu Yan couldn't hear the voices around him clearly. He struggled to lift his eyes and swept a glance at Remilia, Zui Yi, and Fran. Enduring the dizziness and pain, he flashed and used space teleportation, disappearing from the scene. Brother, goodbye. Fran and Zui Yi knew that something was wrong when they saw the magical waves emanating from Wu Yan's body. They pounced on him, but in the end, they missed. Remilia stared at the place where Wu Yan disappeared. She took a deep breath and calmly gave an order. Send everyone in the Red Devil Mansion to search for him. Also, go to the library and call Pyuki out. Yes, miss. Zui Yi didn't delay any longer. He directly used his ability and disappeared on the spot. Sister. Fran threw herself into Remilia's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, are you all right? It's fine. It'll be fine. Remilia comforted Fran while looking at the sky outside and gritting her teeth. Despicable people from the moon, feeding people unnecessary things. Don't let me catch you, otherwise, I'll definitely destroy your bamboo forest. In the fantasy village, there was an extremely large forest. It was the most humid forest in the fantasy village. Very few people set foot in it, and it had many ancient trees. The inside of the forest was dense and dark. There was very little light in it. Therefore, other than trees, it was very difficult for other plants to grow in the forest. However, for some reason, it could produce mushrooms. Most of the mushrooms that grew in this forest were inedible. Only a small portion of them could be eaten. However, no one would come here to pick mushrooms, because the environment was very bad. There were a large number of mushroom monsters living in the forest. Their spores would dance in the air of the forest. If ordinary people breathed them in, they would fall sick. For ordinary monsters, this was not a comfortable place, and even more so for humans. Not to mention, there was also miasma, or rather, dense demonic aura, released by the monsters in this forest that humans could not tolerate. The mushroom monsters could even cast a series of illusion spells and magic, causing people who entered to be lost in this place. It was possible that they would fall into an eternal slumber. However, if they could withstand the miasma, humans could live here and protect themselves from the attacks of demons. In addition, although the mushroom monster spores could bring about hallucinations, they could also increase a human's magic power to a certain extent. Therefore, humans who were determined to become magic envoys would usually come here to live. Since those who could live here could rely on these mushrooms to increase their own magic power, it was assumed that those who lived here were magic users. Hence, this forest had such a name, the Magic Forest. Regardless of whether it was the human by profession, Misty Rain Demon Risa, or the demon by race, Magic Caster Alice, who was a human by profession, Magic Caster Margaret Lloyd lived in this magic forest. At this time, Alice was bringing her two dolls, Shanghai Humanoid and Penglai Humanoid, to pick some edible mushrooms in the magic forest. Regarding these mushrooms, Marissa, who also lived in the magic forest, ate them 3 times a day. As for Alice, who was a magic user, she only ate them when she needed them. For example, when she wanted to increase her magic power. Eating these mushrooms directly can also increase her magic power. Moreover, it was much more useful than absorbing the spores. Of course, the further she progressed, the more limited the amount of magic she could gain from eating these mushrooms. For Alice, the amount of magic she could gain from eating these mushrooms was less than the amount of water dripping out of a faucet, but it was better than nothing. While Alice was picking the mushrooms, suddenly, not far away, a magic fluctuation was transmitted over. HM? Alice looked towards the source of the magic fluctuation. In the next moment, she was stunned. Not far away, there was a person lying on the ground. Chapter 1752. Heavy. Incomparably heavy. The heaviness that assaulted him made it hard for him to breathe in his sleep. He groaned in pain. His consciousness is like a small boat, tossing and turning under the battering of the storm. It's like he's in the middle of a tidal wave, he can't control his body and he's in great pain. Of course, it was very simple to be immune to this pain. As long as Wu Yen allowed his heart to follow the negative mentality caused by Yonglin's medicine and vent it wantonly, there would be no pain. However, rather than being a completely different person, Wu Yen would rather continue to suffer. Maybe, even Yangren didn't expect Wu Yan's willpower to be strengthened by the influence of the important people around him. That's how he resisted the evil that came from the depths of his heart. That's how things turned out this way. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know who won in the end. At a certain moment, the heavy feeling that attacked him all the time began to recede, and the dizziness and pain also disappeared like a receding tide. Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. After struggling in the heavy feeling for such a long time, Wu Yan's consciousness was slightly chaotic. He looked at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. For a moment, he was at a loss. Where am I? Red Devil Mansion? However, the walls of the Red Devil Mansion were red, but the ceiling in front of him was white. Boli Shrine? However, the ceiling of the Boli Shrine was made of wood. Not to mention the ceiling, even the floor was made of wood. The ceiling in front of him was obviously made of stone bricks. Since it was not the Red Devil Mansion or the Boli Shrine, there was no other place for him to stay in the fantasy village, right? As he thought about it, Wu Yen finally remembered. He had escaped from the Red Devil Mansion. He had escaped. His eyes instantly widened to the limit. Wu Yen suddenly sat up from the bed. Almost at the same time, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Are you awake? Hearing this voice, Wu Yen reflexively turned his head. He looked to the side. Not far from Wu Yen. It was only 2 or 3 meters away. A young girl was sitting on a chair, holding a thick book with a red ribbon tied with a bow. 2 little people were floating beside her. Seeing this young girl, Wu Yen was startled and murmured, Alice? Alice nodded her head lightly. Her expression was neither cold nor warm, as if she was entertaining a strange guest. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. I feel uncomfortable all over. After saying that, Wu Yen looked around and saw where he was. This was a Western-style room. The room wasn't very big, much smaller than Remilia's room. However, it was slightly bigger than an ordinary room. There were pink curtains on the window and some furniture, such as a desk and counter, had dolls placed on it. It was filled with the youthful aura of a young girl. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the dolls placed on the furniture were more like human dolls than dolls. That was because one could clearly see some gears on their limbs, and there were obvious signs of broken joints on their joints. As for Wu Yen, he's lying on top of a pink bed with a canopy. He could smell the sweet scent of the bed wafting into his nose. This fragrance wasn't something Wu Yen hadn't smelled before. In the lost bamboo forest, in order to track the rabbit, he hid on top of Patrice and Alice. One of the two scents emitted from Patrice and Alice was identical to this fragrance. Alice. Considering the situation before him, Wu Yen looked at Alice in astonishment. "This is your home?" Alice gazed at Wu Yen and slowly nodded. "It's also my room." As expected. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead. "How did I get here?" "I found you in the magic forest," Alice replied in an unhurried and indifferent tone. "You fainted, so I brought you back." Magic forest. Wu Yen took a deep breath and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then, how long have I been unconscious?" "It's afternoon now," Alice replied. "You've been sleeping since morning." "In other words, I've been unconscious for half a day?" Wu Yen scratched his head in annoyance. "Remilia, Fran, and Jaya should be worried, right?" "More than worried. Right now, the entire Scarlet Devil Mansion is looking for Wu Yen everywhere. But at that time, there was no way around it. If Wu Yen didn't run away, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't attack Remilia." "Yonglin." Wu Yen sighed. "I didn't expect her medicine to be so overbearing. I'm afraid that people with weak willpower might really fall into the negative emotions and even change their temperament, right? It wasn't impossible for this to happen. After all, it's a sin that comes from the depths of a person's heart." "Is it because of the medicine that you drank that time?" Alice furrowed her brows. "Could it be that the medicine can affect the body in addition to the mind?" "That's not true. I fainted because my heart was fighting against the sin that was triggered. The mental burden is a bit heavy, but there won't be any problems with the body," Wu Yen said as he got off the bed and put on the shoes that Alice helped him take off. "No matter what, thank you for bringing me here, but I have to return to the Scarlet Devil Mansion." Hearing this, Alice didn't stop him. She looked at Wu Yen quietly for a while before suddenly speaking. "Ling Meng said that you only came to the fantasy village in the past 2 to 3 days. Wu Yen, who was putting on his shoes, paused and he raised his head to look at Alice with a puzzled expression. "What? Is there a problem?" "I don't know much about the Scarlet Devil Mansion, but the people in the fantasy village basically don't go there except when Remilia holds a banquet. The Scarlet Devil Mansion is also famous for being resistant to outsiders." Alice muttered for a while and met Wu Yen's eyes. "You seem to be getting along well with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion." Hearing Alice's words, Wu Yen fell silent. Indeed, to be precise, Wu Yen and the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion had only been together for 2 to 3 days. However, in these short 2 to 3 days, the relationship between Wu Yen and Remilia seemed to be incompatible on the surface. Instead of saying that they were enemies, it was more like a daily quarrel. As for Sakuya, although he didn't have many chances to be alone with her and they didn't interact much with each other, the two of them seemed to have developed a tacit understanding in these short 2 to 3 days. They are like bosom buddies. As for Patrice, due to the incident in the library, their relationship was awkward. However, yesterday, Patrice came out of the library to observe whether Wu Yen was affected by Yonglin's medicine. Patrice was also very concerned about Wu Yen. It had only been 2 to 3 days and his relationship with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion had improved so much. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yen felt that it was inconceivable. It was because she had noticed this that Alice had purposely asked about it, wasn't it? After a moment of silence, Wu Yen revealed a helpless smile and gave such an answer. "Perhaps, my relationship with the Scarlet Devil Mansion is better." "Relationship?" Alice mumbled to herself for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That's true. Other than this, I can't think of any other reason to explain why that homie who has a lukewarm relationship with everyone else other than her own family and Marissa would approve of you in such a short period of time and interact with you, Scarlet Devil Mansion." Wu Yen was speechless. Alice didn't care about how his relationship with the people from the Scarlet Devil Mansion progressed so quickly. Instead, she cared about how his relationship with Mulan progressed so quickly. That was to be expected. No matter what, the two of them were love rivals in name. Regardless of whether it was Alice or Marissa, both of them more or less had lesbian tendencies and held lustful thoughts towards the unfortunate Black Devil mansion. Gazing at the beautiful young lady before him, Patrice's delicate yet delicate face surfaced in his mind. Wu Yan's heart suddenly became restless. Why didn't these two beautiful young ladies like him? Chapter 1753. Regardless of Alice or Patrice, no one would be able to find fault with their looks. Let's not talk about Patrice. Let's talk about Alice, this typical Western beauty. In the mouths of some people, she was even given the title of the #1 Western beauty in Fantasy Village. In other words, among all the girls in the Fantasy Village series, most people believed that Alice was the prettiest in terms of appearance. For such a young lady, as long as one was a man, he would more or less have some unconventional thoughts. As for Patrice, due to her frequent hiding in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's underground library, not many people in Fantasy Village knew of her. Those who had met her were even fewer. Sometimes, Patrice's figure might not even be seen in large-scale banquets. Therefore, most of the people in Fantasy Village only knew of Patrice as a member of the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Some had only heard of her name, and there were even some who had never heard of her name before. However, who could say that Patrice's looks weren't good? Although not many people knew or had seen Patrice, in terms of looks, Patrice wasn't inferior to Alice. Facing these two absolute beauties, Wu Yan couldn't help but ponder. Why didn't they belong to him? Such a thought. Without any warning or reason, it suddenly burst forth from the depths of Wu Yan's heart. A trace of haze flashed across Wu Yan's eyes as resentment towards Marissa rose in his heart. This situation was exactly the same as when he faced Remilia in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. If there was anything different, it would be that this time, Wu Yan had finally discovered the uncontrollable resentment towards Marissa that burst forth from the depths of his heart. Immediately, Wu Yan understood. The sin induced by Yonglin's medicine. It still persisted. Damn it. Clutching his aching head, Wu Yan's eyes were filled with haze of resentment towards Marissa. He was vexed at his inability to control this negative emotion. Ahead, he clearly saw this scene. Alice, who had clearly seen the haze and vexation in Wu Yan's eyes just now, was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Wu Yan could only give an ugly smile, but he did not dare to assert that he was fine. With one hand on his forehead and the other on his chest, he carefully felt the restless negative emotions in the depths of his heart before he spoke softly. "Looks like I'm jealous of Marissa." Jealous Marissa? Alice froze on the spot when she heard these sudden words. She was not surprised at all. "I can't help it." Perhaps he did not have the strength to explain or conceal it, or perhaps he did not have the intention to explain or conceal it at all. Wu Yan could not help but laugh. Alice and Patrice are so beautiful, yet they treat that black and white bandit so well. So, I must be jealous. Beautiful. Beautiful. This was definitely not the first time she heard this evaluation from others. Alice, who used to be calm and indifferent, felt her heartbeat uncontrollably speeding up this time. Looking at Wu Yan's laughing expression, Alice's thoughts uncontrollably returned to the day when they went to Lost Bamboo Forest together. Wu Yan pressed her down and caressed her body with a hand. Alice's heart beat faster, and her eyes were more or less filled with a little panic. Without thinking, she retorted such a sentence. "I didn't treat Marissa well." Looking at Alice's flustered expression, Wu Yan thought that Alice is behaving like this because he hit the nail on the head. The restless negative emotions in his heart increased all of a sudden, giving Wu Yan a scare. Okay, I understand. But don't mention Marissa again." Wu Yan clutched his throbbing head and hurriedly explained. "My current state isn't right. If you mention Marissa again, I might really be tormented by my jealousy to the point of losing my wolf." "Tormented to the point of losing your wolf?" Alice also noticed that something was wrong. She calmed down and pondered for a moment. She then asked in an uncertain tone, Could it be the medicine of that doctor in Forever Pavilion? Wu Yen suppressed the negative emotions surging from the depths of his heart while nodding weakly. Alice fell into deep thought. That doctor said that the medicine can trigger the most fundamental evil in a person's heart. That is to say, it triggered your jealousy and made you jealous of Marissa? Yes, it could also be that I am jealous of Marissa. In the end, my jealousy was amplified by the effects of Yonglin's medicine. Wu Yen didn't push all the blame onto the medicine. He openly admitted to it and even joked around. If the person Alice likes is me, perhaps I will chop myself up out of jealousy. Don't talk nonsense. Alice's heart started to beat faster again. She shook her head hard and changed the topic. Then what do you plan to do now? Return to Scarlet Devil Mansion? Wu Yen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Even though it might bring trouble to Scarlet Devil Mansion, I want to go back and find Muck. Alice tilted her head to one side, not knowing what was going on. Muck is Patrice. Wu Yen reminded Alice when he saw her confused expression. You see, sometimes, Patrice has the habit of adding the word "m" when she speaks, right? So, you call that squatting girl Muck? Alice smiled knowingly. However, she frowned in the next moment. She spoke in a displeased tone. Why are you looking for that squatting girl? That girl reads books all day, perhaps she might have a solution. Wu Yan's tone turned displeased. Actually, compared to Muck, I want to look for Yukari more. She might be able to give me some ideas. But for some reason, after coming to Fantasy Village, she didn't seem to have any intention of looking for me. I don't know where she is, I really don't know what she is up to. Take a step back? Alice's tone was still filled with displeasure. Then why are you looking for that girl who only knows how to read? Can I help you? If this sentence was heard by those who were familiar with Alice, they would definitely be shocked. After all, Alice was famous for being cold to others. She was also someone who didn't care about things and wasn't a stubborn person. Alice often attended all kinds of banquets held in the Fantasy Village. She would also perform puppet plays in the human world during the festival. If she met people who were lost in the magic forest, she would send them outside and protect them until they were safe. Overall, she was a person who was close to others but always kept a distance from others. It was probably the first time that he had expressed his desire to help someone so directly, wasn't it? Only Wu Yen knew that Alice's reaction was due to a trace of competition towards Patrice. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Then, do you have a way to help me alleviate this uncontrollable negative emotion from the depths of my heart? Alice was speechless for a moment. Then she raised the thick book in her hand, unwilling to be outdone. It was tied with a red ribbon in a bow. That method, I will look for it. I will definitely find it. Seeing that Alice was about to flip through the book, Wu Yen rolled his eyes. Don't think that I don't know that book in your hand is a magic book. It is indeed outstanding to use magic. However, there shouldn't be any medicinal methods in it, right? Alice's hand that was about to flip through the book froze. You have already helped me a lot by bringing me back when I was unconscious. Wu Yen stood up with some difficulty. If you want to help me, why don't you send me back to Scarlet Devil Mansion? In my current state, I don't wish to use spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation required extreme concentration in order to sense the surrounding space and find the coordinates of the destination. With Wu Yan's current state, if he used spatial teleportation, perhaps the coordinates would be shifted to an unknown location. Alice was also a magic user and naturally understood this point. She didn't object and nodded. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward and supported Wu Yen towards the door. Chapter 1754. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. In the hall, on the platform at the end of the stairs, Remilia sat at the head of the table as usual. Patrice and Franz sat on either side of Remilia, facing each other. Only Zui Yi stood behind Remilia. At this moment, there was an extremely heavy and silent atmosphere between the four girls. Each of them had a different expression. Remilia lowered her head and looked at the scarlet liquid in the teacup in front of her. Her scarlet eyes were filled with anxiety. Patrice was holding a thick book with a pair of spectacles on her face. She flipped through the pages with a serious expression in her eyes. Fran's gaze was fixed in the direction of the entrance of the Red Devil Hall. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, worry, and even more uneasiness. As for Zuiyi, on the surface, her face was calm. But if one looked closely, they would notice that Zuiyi's gaze would unnoticeably shift to the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. Clearly, no matter what the four members of the Red Devil Mansion were thinking about, it was all related to one person. In fact, this scene had been going on since the morning. After Wu Yen disappeared from Remilia and the others, Remilia had all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion go out to search for Wu Yen. She and the others had been waiting here for news from the fairy maids. However, looking at Remilia and Fran, it was likely that they couldn't wait any longer. As time passed, the heavy and deathly silent atmosphere grew thicker and thicker. Fran's wine-red eyes even blossomed with blood-red light, proving how anxious she was in her heart. Second miss. Beside her, Ziyi silently appeared and placed a cake in front of Fran. You haven't eaten anything since this morning. Please eat something first. The bloody light in Fran's eyes dimmed a little. She seemed to be hungry, but she didn't look at the cake in front of her and shook her head. Fran doesn't want to eat. Then let's drink some black tea. Remilia glanced at Fran and advised her as well. Otherwise, you didn't wait for Yakumo Bai to come back. You fell down first. Remilia and Fran's vampire bloodline wasn't strong enough to prevent them from consuming blood. They could truly live without relying on blood. Only the true ancestor. Therefore, both Remilia and Fran had to consume fresh blood within a certain period of time. Otherwise, if they took too long, they would lose control. In the end, they might even enter a state of eternal sleep. Even Flan couldn't get rid of this trait. Back in Silveria, she had to consume the blood that Wu Yen bought from the system to maintain her mental state of being at 100 times more energetic than before. Flan understood what Remilia meant, but there was nothing she could do. She had no appetite at all, whether it was the cake or the black tea with blood. In the end, Fran shook her head unhappily. Fran doesn't want to eat. Remilia turned to Patrice, who was flipping through her book. Puki, how are things on your side? I have some ideas. Patrice replied without raising her head. But I don't think we can successfully remove the effects of the medicine that affected Haku. Why? Remilia asked. Don't tell me you can't remove the effects of the medicine? This is merely the effect of a single medicine. Although I don't know if it will be effective, I can think of many ways to remove it. Patrice faintly sighed. The problem is, helping the moon person test the medicine is the condition for Haku to enter the Forever Pavilion. If we find a way to remove the medicine, that moon person will definitely not allow Haku to enter the Forever Pavilion. I think Haku knows this as well, so he definitely won't agree to remove the effects of the medicine, right? Patrice shook her head. Since that's the case, we can't use any methods that can affect the medicine. Not remove the effects. Remilia frowned. Doesn't that mean there's no solution? No matter what, according to the moon person, the medicine will only last for 7 days. Patrice said concisely. That's why we don't have to find a way to remove the effects. Can't we just endure the 7 days? 7 days? Remilia felt a headache coming on. It hasn't even been 2 days and Scarlet Fiend Mansion has to send everyone out. How are we going to survive the next 5 days? Upon hearing Remilia's words, Patrice lifted her head from the book in her hand and gazed at Remilia with a deep gaze. Remilia, you've changed? Remilia looked at Patrice doubtfully. What changed? 2 or 3 days ago, didn't you hate Haku? Patrice looked at Remilia as though trying to decipher something from Remilia's expression. Besides, other than Scarlet Fiend Mansion's members, you used to be indifferent to everyone. This time, you've sent everyone out for a person you've only known for 2 or 3 days. Isn't that enough to prove that you've changed? How is this considered a change? Remilia's expression was unnatural. You said it yourself. I'm only indifferent to Scarlet Fiend Mansion's members. That person is now a member of Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Is that so? Patrice nodded in agreement. Then let's just treat it that way. If that's the case, Patrice, haven't you changed as well? Remilia didn't want to be outdone, so she added. You've only known that person for 2 or 3 days. Haven't you been hiding in the library since yesterday to find a way to help him? Hearing this, Patrice was taken aback and fell silent. At the side, Zhuyi sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Remilia and Patrice weren't the only ones who changed. Didn't Zhuyi change as well? Although she didn't say it out loud, Zhuyi couldn't help but admit it. Right now, she's worried about the person she's only known for 2 or 3 days. At this moment, a flustered figure ran in from outside. Young miss! Young miss! Panicked shouts resounded throughout the hall, startling everyone who had fallen into silence. A cold light flashed in Zhuyi's blue eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out a throwing knife and threw it out with all his might. The flying dagger flashed through the air, drawing a long arc of light. With a soft sound of breaking through the air, it cut through the atmosphere and fiercely stabbed into the head of the figure who ran in a panic. Pucci, ah! Along with a tearing sound, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The figure who ran in a panic fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from his head. With a trace of blood, he fell to the ground. China, I didn't expect you to not guard the door properly and leave your post without permission. You even dared to scare the young lady. Zhuyi grabbed the second flying knife with a calm face. I'll deduct your salary for the next year. My name is Hong Meiling, not China. The corpse on the ground jumped up and covered her bleeding forehead as she cried out pitifully. Also, young Miss Zhuyi, you've already deducted my salary for the next 10 years. Is that so? Zhuyi sneered. Then this time, I'll deduct your salary for the next 20 years. No, Miss Zhuyi. Hong Meiling cried out. I didn't leave my post and didn't mean to scare the young miss. I just have something to report. Something to report. Remilia waved her hand impatiently. Don't tell me it's that black and white rat again? And no, it's not the black and white rats that sneaked in, but I'm back. Hong Meiling was just about to explain when a weak voice interrupted her and entered everyone's ears. Brother. Fran was the first to react. Her eyes were filled with joy as she stood up. At the same time, Wu Yen, who was supported by Alice, walked in from the main entrance. Raising his head, he looked at the girls on the platform and he smiled helplessly. Sorry for making you guys worry. Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi came to Wu Yan's side. Hi, Sama. Sakuya supported Wu Yan's other hand when she saw how weak he looked. You should return to your room first. Wu Yan nodded. Zhuyi and Alice supported him as well as Remilia, Fran, and Patrice accompanied him to his room. Chapter 1755. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Looking at Wu Yan lying on the bed with Alice and Sakuya's help, Flan climbed onto the bed and came to Wu Yan's side. She asked him with a worried expression, Big brother, are you all right? Turning around, Wu Yan saw the worry on Fran's delicate face. He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Big brother is fine, it just looks serious. Actually, I'm just a little dizzy. Apart from that, I'm fine. Hearing that, Fran's worried expression eased a little. Remilia and Patrice couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Then, after heaving a sigh of relief, Patrice turned her head and looked at Alice. Her purple eyes were filled with unwelcome. Why did you come here? He fainted in the magic forest and I found him. I'm just sending him back. Alice didn't even look at Patrice. She patted her wrinkled clothes from supporting Wu Yan and straightened her body. Moreover, I'm not squatting at home. Is it strange for me to come here? Of course it's strange. Patrice calmly replied. I thought you only know how to play with dolls? So you know how to send people home? Not only do I know how to send people home, I also know how to play in other people's homes. Alice looked at Patrice with a mischievous smile. I have an appointment with Marissa. We'll have a meal together. Patrice's brows twitched slightly. Seems like you're quite free. I am. After all, I don't have to stay at home to read, right? Is that so? Don't you need to take some time out to fix those moldy dolls that you left there because you were too free? That's true. Otherwise, I'll get Marissa to help me repair my puppet. That way, I'll have more time to play with Marissa, right? Hee hee. A thick ancient book suddenly appeared in Patrice's hand. Boundless magic powers surged from it. Recently, I've just developed a new spell. Since you're so free, why don't you give it to me? Why don't you test the power of this spell with me? What a coincidence! I have also recently practiced a new formation with Shanghai and Penglai. Alice crossed her arms in front of her chest and spread her fingers. Traces of magic power also appeared on her slender palms, condensing into the shape of a thread, and connected out. The next moment, each of them was only the size of a palm. Young girls with spears in their hands floated up from all directions. They formed a formation around Alice and pointed their spears at Patrice. I need someone to practice with me, immediately. Among the two beautiful girls, one held a thick, ancient tome, one magic array fluctuating around her. The other had threads extending from her fingers and connecting them to tiny girls. Tiny figures hovered around her, similarly radiating a large amount of mana. Seeing that a fight was about to break out between Patrice and Alice, Night Eye spoke up. Lady Patrice, Lady Alice, Lady White still needs to rest. Do you intend to fight here? Remilia spoke up with an unfriendly expression. This is my room. You are not allowed to fight when Big Brother is resting. Fran stood up and shouted angrily. Otherwise, Fran will kick all of you out first. The magic surging from Patrice and Alice's bodies paused for a moment. They looked at each other and snorted at the same time before withdrawing their magic. However, none of the girls noticed that Wu Yen was staring at Patrice and Alice with a gloomy expression. Are you guys fighting over Marissa again? When everyone quieted down, Wu Yan's gloomy voice echoed. I really don't know what's so special about that black and white mouse that the two of you, who are as calm as water, would make such a fuss every time you meet. Hearing Wu Yan's gloomy voice, everyone was stunned. When they turned to look at Wu Yan, they were shocked. Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed, sat up. He tilted his head as he looked at Patrice and Alice. His wine-red eyes were filled with a dense haze that ruined his deep and beautiful eyes. Remilia shuddered, and her voice became nervous. Don't tell me he's acting up again? Big Brother. Lord White. Both Fran and Zaoi extended their hands, but before they could touch Wu Yan, they were stopped by Wu Yan. The two of you aren't the type who would easily quarrel with others. Neither are you the type who would mindlessly attack others. Why would you quarrel and even fight when you meet? Wu Yan looked at Patrice and Alice and sneered. Isn't it because of Marissa? This. Seeing Wu Yan's gloomy expression, Patrice felt uncomfortable. At the same time, she was puzzled. Even though Yonglin's medicine seemed to have taken effect since yesterday, compared to the arrogant Wu Yan from yesterday, Wu Yan didn't seem as arrogant as before. Instead, it made her shudder. If the arrogant Wu Yan from yesterday was disgusting, then the gloomy expression of Wu Yan today was frightening. It seemed that even Alice felt a little uncomfortable. She took a small step back. Then, as if she had thought of something, her expression changed. Don't tell me you're jealous of Marissa again? Jealous of Marissa? Remilia, Patrice, Zaoi, and Fran were stunned. As for Wu Yan, it was as though his thoughts were pierced. The gloominess in his eyes intensified and his voice was filled with resentment. What? Am I not allowed to be jealous of Marissa? Do you want to fight me because of Marissa? Let alone Patrice and Alice, even Remilia, Furan, and Sakuya felt uncomfortable when they saw Wu Yan's gloomy and resentful appearance. Even though Wu Yan isn't exactly a sunny person, at least the girls feel comfortable and relaxed when they get along with him. They don't feel any pressure at all, and sometimes, they would even feel a trace of happiness when they see Wu Yan's every move and action. How could the current Wu Yan give them such a feeling? What's going on? Patrice lowered her voice and asked Alice. How did you know Haku was jealous of Marissa? He said it himself. Alice found it hard to speak, but she knew it wasn't the time to hide the truth. She explained hesitantly. He said that he felt that were both very beautiful, yet he treated Marissa that way. That's why he felt a bit jealous of Marissa. But because of that Forever Pavilion's doctor's medicine, that trace of jealousy in his heart expanded and became a negative emotion of jealousy. You said he said we were beautiful? Patrice was stunned and her face blushed a little. In other words, he was jealous of the black and white mouse because of the two of you? Remilia frowned. Then, this morning, he suddenly became hostile towards me. Could it be because of jealousy? Jealousy? Zayoi seemed to have thought of something. In the morning, Wu Yen was normal at first, but after talking to Yakuya, he inexplicably developed hostility towards Remilia. He even developed murderous intent towards her. Could it be that Lord Haku is jealous of the young mistress because of me? Thinking of this, Zuyi was no longer calm. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Wu Yen thought Patrice and Alice had nothing to say. He clenched his fists and he spat out in a hateful tone. Since all of you like that black and white mouse so much, I shall get rid of her. Wu Yen vanished into thin air in a flash. What? Patrice and Alice turned pale with fright. This is going to be troublesome. Remilia felt a headache coming on, but she was also taking pleasure in his misfortune. That black and white mouse is in trouble. Patrice and Alice glanced at each other and ran towards the door without saying a word. Big sister. Fran grabbed Remilia's hand. Let's go find Big Brother. It seems like I'm in trouble too. Remilia grumbled. Really, it's daytime now. Chapter 1756. Fantasy Village, Magic Forest. In the air above the magic forest, Marissa rode her broom and leisurely flew above. After circling around for a bit, she landed on the ground. The moment Marissa was about to land on the ground, the broom automatically flew out from under her and floated behind her. Marissa was hugging a large pile of items. A pile of junk. It was truly a piece of junk. In this pile of junk, not only were there books that were starting to rot, boxes that were missing a corner, toys that were scattered all over the place, and herbs that were mixed together with weeds. This was a pile of junk that no one would be willing to pick up. However, while hugging this pile of junk, Marissa's face was filled with joy. Great harvest! Great harvest! While walking through the misty fog of the magic forest, Marissa laughed heartily. I didn't expect Soul Dream's warehouse to have so many things. These must have been thrown in from the outside world, right? After hearing these words, there was no one who didn't understand. These things were originally in the warehouse of the Bori Shrine. Marissa, on the other hand, used her special ability to borrow all of them. Bori Shrine was connected to the outside world. Thus, from time to time, some things from the outside world would coincidentally flow into Bori Shrine in Fantasy Village. For these things, if they were useful, Soul Dream would throw them into the warehouse and wait for the time to use them. If they were useless, Soul Dream would directly throw them away. Without a doubt, Marissa borrowed the things that Soul Dream casually threw into the warehouse. Moreover, she definitely didn't get Soul Dream's permission, and it wasn't the first time she did this. But, Marissa said regretfully while holding the pile of junk in her hands, although these things are very rare, but they are useless to me. Or Patrice's books are useful to me. Marissa frequently went to Scarlet Devil Mansion's underground library to borrow books. It wasn't just for her collection. One must know that Patrice's library had piles upon piles of magic books. The magic recorded in these magic books could not only be used to learn. It could also be used as completed magic. He only needed to inject magic power. Then, he would be able to use the magic recorded in the book. Therefore, for Marissa, the grimoire could increase her magic cultivation. It could also be used in battle. It was something that could really be used. Since I don't have anything to do today, let's go to the Scarlet Devil Mansion later. Marissa giggled and explained to herself. I'm not going to steal anything. I'm going to borrow something. I'll also take a look at Ling Meng's husband. I'll make sure that he doesn't forget about the Boli Shrine just because he has the Red Devil Mansion. With him around, Ling Meng won't hide in the shrine and sleep all day. However, there was no way for Marissa to realize this idea. In front of Marissa, a figure noiselessly appeared in the middle of the forest that was surrounded by an extremely hallucinatory fog. A pair of wine-red eyes stared at the jubilant Marissa as she walked over. Traces of light flashed within those eyes. Misty Rain Magic Lisa, level 78. On the other side, Marissa seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Her footsteps paused as she hugged the pile of junk in her hands and looked forward. Then her eyes lit up and she laughed heartily. Oh, Ling Meng's husband. I was just thinking of going to the Scarlet Devil Mansion to see you. The newcomer was Wu Yan. Seeing Marissa's candid smile, Wu Yan suppressed the killing intent that was about to surface in his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his head and felt dizzy. Back in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Patrice and Alice had nearly fought on the spot. This had ignited the negative emotions that Wu Yan had been suppressing in his heart for a long time. In the end, it led to Wu Yan finding Marissa and saying, "Get rid of her." In fact, despite his vicious words, even if his heart is filled with negative emotions, he didn't really want to kill Marissa. However, teaching her a lesson and venting his anger is something he definitely needs to do. Seeing Marissa's candid smile, Wu Yan's expression cleared up. However, it was quickly filled with negative emotions again. After experiencing yesterday's dizziness and today's fainting, those negative emotions seemed to have accumulated for a long time. How could they be so easily suppressed? Moreover, as the saying goes, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The fiercer the suppression of negative emotions, the stronger the backlash. Thus, Wu Yan covered his head with his hand while looking at Marissa with his one eye exposed outside of the hand covering his head. The corner of his lips curled up. "What a coincidence, I also came to see you, is that so?" Marissa revealed her signature smile. "You came at the right time. I just obtained some interesting things and was about to share them with Alice. Since little brother is here, why don't you play with me?" "Play?" Wu Yan glanced at the pair of junk in Marissa's hand and shook his head. "Forget it. Rather than playing with this, why don't we play something more interesting?" "Oh?" Marissa's eyes lit up and she asked without warning. "What kind of interesting thing?" "A game." Wu Yan smiled maliciously. However, his smile appeared somewhat ice-cold. "Your favorite bullet screen game." As soon as his voice fell, a glittering magic flame erupted from Wu Yan's body. Sensing the boundless ocean-like mana, Marissa's complexion changed. Without hesitation, she leaped up. The broom behind her spun and lifted her into the sky. Buzz! At the same time, a torrent of flames as violent as a waterfall rushed over like a wave on a beach. The instant Marissa soared into the sky, it brought along a scorching airflow and abruptly rushed past her. Boom! The ferocious torrent of flames mercilessly crashed into the trees of the forest of magic. With a loud boom, the ground trembled violently, engulfing all the trees within a dozen meters of Marissa's original location and burning them to ashes. Marissa, who had flown into the air, saw this scene and a drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. She shouted, "Even if you want to play bullet screen games, you should at least give us a heads up, right?" As soon as Marissa's voice rang out, another voice seemed to cover it up, covering Marissa's voice. "I already gave them a heads up." Below, where the torrent of flames was still crashing into the ground, streaks of flames condensed into scorching beams of light. Like swordfish breaking out of the water, they shot out from the torrent of flames and soared into the sky. They covered the sky and shrouded Marissa. "Hey, hey, hey! I'm not ready yet." Marissa let out a frantic shout. In the time it took to shout, the earth-shattering beam of light had already arrived in front of Marissa. Feeling the terrifying heat from the beams of fire, Marissa's eyes bulged slightly. If there was only one beam of this level of attack, Marissa wouldn't take it seriously at all. But if there were so many that covered the sky and filled her field of vision, that was no laughing matter. If they all hit, even Marissa wouldn't be able to fight anymore. At that moment, Marissa hurriedly controlled her broom like a boar dodging arrows shot by an entire army. She dodged the beams of fire shooting toward her in a sorry state. She had to admit that although she looked like she was in a sorry state, not a single beam of fire that filled her field of vision touched her. She dodged all of them. Part of the reason is that Wu Yen went easy on her. But it also shows that Marissa is very proficient in flying. Unfortunately, the pile of junk in her hand wasn't so lucky. Boom! At a certain moment, a beam of fire suddenly shot over. Due to Marissa's evasion, it didn't hit Marissa, but instead ruthlessly struck the pile of junk Marissa was holding in her hands. The next moment, the pile of junk in her hand burst into flames. What? It's so hot! Marissa shrieked and let go of the pile of junk. Before the pile of junk could fall to the ground, it burned into ashes in the air. My treasure! Marissa hugged her head and cried out as though she had lost her most cherished treasure. Then she became angry. She looked down and stood up from the broom. Since that's the case, then let's go all out. Daisy. Marissa even used her favorite words, yet she got angry over a pile of junk. Even the somewhat irrational Wu Yen couldn't help but ridicule her. Compared to Spirit Dream, Marissa seems to be even poorer. Chapter 1757. Although Marissa's treasure had already turned to ashes, leaving Marissa grief-stricken, it also left her hands empty. At this moment, Wu Yen was standing on the ground filled with flames. Faint magical light fluctuated around him, isolating the surrounding flames. Through the sea of flames, he looked at Marissa above him. Under Wu Yan's attentive gaze, Marissa's hand reached into her magus hat and fished out something. It was an octagonal block. It was black and white, with yin and yang fish eyes and the 8 trigrams carved on its surface. Combined with Marissa's Western witch attire, it gave people a feeling of incongruity. However, that octagonal block, which was like a small stove, was actually an extremely outstanding magical tool. This strange little furnace could release a small fire that was only enough to cook dinner, but it could also release a large fire that could burn down a mountain. Moreover, it was completely fueled by mana, and other than that, it did not require any other conditions to be activated. Due to this 8 trigrams furnace's characteristic of using magical power as fuel, Marissa used it as her main means of attack. She had set up a magical array inside the 8 trigrams furnace, converting magical power into pure offensive power to release a powerful cannon attack. In terms of power, Marissa's magic cannon was at the forefront of the fantasy village. It was also because of this that Marissa had relied on the might of her magic cannon to challenge opponents of a higher rank and rank. With a bit of luck, Marissa had succeeded in her challenges. If one were to say that Soul Dream was a simple bug character, often using cheats, then Marissa was truly shrouded in the aura of a main character, often defeating the strong as the weak. And Marissa's method of defeating the strong as the weak was to surpass her own rank. A super powerful magical cannon attack that could threaten people of a higher rank. Clearly aware of this, even if his heart was filled with negative emotions similar to jealousy, Wu Yen didn't dare to be careless and raised his guard. In that instant, a stream of magical power surged out from Marissa's body, pouring into the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand. Wearing her trademark grin, she aimed the 8 trigrams furnace at the flames below. Magic cannon, final spark. It was as if he was venting. Marissa shouted, and all the mana on the surface of her body instantly poured into the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand, causing it to emit intense mana fluctuations. Bam! With a gunshot that sounded like a sniper pulling the trigger and firing a bullet, the 8 trigrams furnace in Marissa's hand trembled and a fierce beam of mana shot out from it. From start to finish, Marissa had clearly only poured mana into the 8 trigrams furnace, but the 8 trigrams furnace had actually condensed that pure mana into an extremely powerful beam of light, and with a sound of tearing through the air. Descending from the sky, it landed in the torrent of flames that had yet to dissipate. Then, it ruthlessly scattered the torrent of flames. It landed mercilessly in the direction of Wu Yen. Looking at the power of that attack, even Wu Yen would end up with burns all over his body if he was caught off guard. Impressively, Marissa's bombardment was already capable of threatening rank 9 powerhouses. In the next second, Wu Yan's figure was completely submerged in that multicolored beam of light. Bam! Following an explosion, the torrent of flames was scattered into sparks that filled the sky. Like blossoming fireworks, they scattered in all directions, while the place where Wu Yan was standing exploded into smoke and flames that soared into the sky. Even the ground trembled. Ayaya, I used too much force. It's been a long time since I used Final Spark in a fight. Lingming's husband should be fine, right? Marissa grabbed her hat. Although she said this, her face was full of joy. Although I haven't been able to defeat Lingming, I can defeat her husband. In the future, I can be arrogant in front of her. Marissa was aware of her own limitations and knew that she was being very arrogant. However, when the smoke and flames that soared into the sky dissipated and the scene inside was exposed to the air, Marissa was petrified. Perhaps Marissa didn't have much confidence in her own strength, but she had plenty of confidence in her destructive power. Originally, Marissa was a pure violent person who placed great importance on firepower and didn't care about results. It was also because of this that Marissa's destructive power was like a bug. In the fantasy village, there weren't many people who could withstand Marissa's bombardment head-on. But now, there was one more such person. Below, at the place where the smoke and fire dissipated, there was a sword wall that was as black as ink. It was made up of giant swords, and it was more than 10 meters tall, standing in the center of the smoke and fire. Thick smoke was still rising from it. Clearly, Marissa's final spark didn't hit Wu Yan. Instead, it hit the pitch-black wall of swords and completely blocked Marissa's bombardment. I can't be? Seeing the pitch-black wall of swords that was emitting thick smoke and completely unscathed, Marissa's eyes once again bulged out. My magic cannon actually couldn't penetrate that wall? Your destructive power is indeed sufficient, but unfortunately, if you want to directly destroy the ultimate armament born from fantasy, you're still a bit lacking. The pitch-black wall of swords that rose from the ground scattered. The swords that formed the wall of swords floated up and pointed at Marissa in midair. You do indeed possess an extremely powerful destructive power. However, your moves are too simple. As long as I can see through the trajectory of your attacks and have the means to block your magic cannon, Marissa, you won't be a threat to me. After saying that, the pitch-black swords pointed at Marissa slashed through the air. Amidst a series of sonic booms, they shot toward Marissa. A barrage of bullets once again appeared in front of Moisa. Reacting to the situation, Moisa hurriedly piloted her broom. Just like before, she used a flustered and irregular flying method to accurately avoid the incoming pitch-black greatswords. Unfortunately, these pitch-black swords were different from the uncontrollable flame beam from before. Wu Yan could easily control the trajectory of his noble artifacts. Thus, just as Marissa had just bypassed the incoming pitch-black swords, the swords that brushed past Marissa's body turned around. As if gliding, they drew a beautiful arc and chased after Marissa like homing missiles. Is this even possible? Marissa cried out in alarm. Her figure that was dodging the swords became even more wretched. Not only did she have to pay attention to the incoming swords, she also had to be on guard against the incoming swords from all directions. This made Marissa's situation seem extremely dangerous. After all, Marissa was currently using extremely dangerous methods to avoid the attacks of her noble artifacts. Even if she was a second late in dodging, she would still be hit. Realizing that she couldn't continue like this, Marissa turned around and soared into the sky. She actually stood on her broom and shouted, "Don't think that you're the only one who knows how to use bullet curses." After saying that, Marissa waved her hand. Small wooden cubes that resembled Marissa's 8 trigrams furnace emerged from various parts of her body and floated around her. Rich magical power gushed out of Marissa's body and swept into the wooden cubes. The next moment, laser beams shot out from the center of the wooden cubes like streaks of light. The pitch-black swords collided head-on. Bang, 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 bang. Like needles against wheat, the huge swords and laser beams collided in midair, exploding into clouds of smoke and flames. Then, the noble artifacts and laser beams that followed scattered the smoke and flames in front of them and continued to collide fiercely. For a moment, the sky above the magic forest was filled with bursting flames, thick smoke, and deafening explosions, rendering the sky above the magic forest as if it were a chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, the huge swords and laser beams that filled the sky continued to collide. At this moment, two figures arrived at the entrance of the magic forest. Looking at the fierce collision in midair, they looked at each other anxiously and rushed into the magic forest without hesitation. Chapter 1758. When Patrice and Alice arrived not far from the battlefield of the magic forest, the scene before them was already intense to the point of no return. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of Patrice and Alice. A person stood on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Behind him, there was a crimson spatial ripple. Numerous pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, and other pitch-black weapons shot out from the ripple and soared into the sky. In the sky, another person was standing on a broom, facing round after round of shooting, displaying unparalleled flying skills. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he was also nimbly shuttling back and forth among the shooting weapons. There were also small wooden cubes floating around him, occasionally shooting out lasers and landing on the ground. The pitch-black weapons and the dazzling laser beams collided intensely in the void between the two figures, one still and one moving, one above and one below. Waves of smoke and dust were stirred up, and strong gales were produced, attacking in all directions. From the looks of it, the two seemed to be exchanging blows, neither giving way to the other. However, Patrice and Alice were clear. Marissa's situation was extremely bad. This was to be expected. Even if Marissa's magic cannon was powerful enough to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was impossible to win against Wu Yan just by relying on powerful moves. After all, although it was said to be able to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was still just a threat and not dangerous. If it did not hit the opponent, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. Furthermore, this kind of threat would have to depend on what kind of opponent it was. Against an initial Type 9 opponent, relying on the magic cannon. If Marissa found an opportunity to play some tricks, if it hit the opponent, it was not impossible to win. However, it was a pity that Wu Yan was not an initial Type 9 opponent, but a true peak Type 9 opponent. If they fought seriously, it would only take an instant for Marissa to be defeated. As for the battle that seemed to be a draw, it was actually extremely disadvantageous to Marissa. The reason was simple. Even the full-powered magic cannons couldn't damage Wu Yan's noble phantasm, let alone the weakened lasers. As a result, this intense showdown on the bullet screen was, at most, just on the surface. The truth was that Marissa's laser could only deflect the noble phantasm's trajectory. Otherwise, Marissa wouldn't need to continue dodging the noble phantasm's attacks. However, Wu Yan's relic looked like a dazzling array of flowers, but it was just a relic that had turned into iron sand. By using electromagnetic force to control them, he could easily control the direction of the noble phantoms, allowing the noble phantoms that were deflected or evaded by the Marissa to continue pursuing the Marissa. It was an easy task. In other words, Marissa's attack had no effect on Wu Yan, while Wu Yan's attack was a real threat to Marissa. Wu Yan didn't move an inch from the start. Instead, Marissa flew all over the sky in a rather pitiful manner. You can see this from the fact that Wu Yan is still standing on the ground. "Oh no!" Alice cried out in surprise. If this continues, Marissa will definitely be defeated. "What?" Patrice shouted as she endured her heavy breathing due to rushing over. "Stop it." As if that wasn't enough, Patrice and Alice also rushed over. They intended to stop Wu Yan. Wu Yan snorted when he noticed Patrice and Alice's arrival. He finally made a move after remaining motionless for so long. He raised a hand, and a circle of light formed by mana fluctuated above it. The ripples spread out in the air. Buzz! A magical ritual containing intricate geometric patterns rose from the ground and expanded to a radius of more than 20 meters. With the periphery of the magical ritual as the source, A cylindrical light curtain rose and surrounded the battlefield where Wu Yen and Marissa were. Patrice and Alice almost crashed into the light curtain. Their hands were pressed against the light curtain, but it was as though they were pressing against glass. They couldn't pass through the light curtain. A barrier? Alice stood up in astonishment. In just an instant, he didn't even chant an incantation and created such a large-scale barrier? No, it's not just the scale of the barrier. Patrice frantically touched the glass-like barrier. With her attainments in magic, she instantly discerned the truth of this barrier. Its defense is rather high. Even Marissa's magic cannon won't be able to penetrate it without at least 10 shots. Marissa's magic cannon? 10 shots? Alice jumped up in fright. In just an instant, not even a second. She didn't even chant an incantation. Is this barrier that advanced? I'm afraid it's more than that. Patrice smiled bitterly. It seems that Haku's attainments in magic are higher than I imagined. Don't you have a huge collection of books in your library? Alice hastily asked when she saw Marissa dodging in such a sorry state, as if she could be hit at any moment. Don't you have any other ideas? It's not difficult to break this barrier, but it will take time. Patrice was vexed. But during this period of time, Marissa might be injured at any moment. While Patrice and Alice were having an anxious conversation, Wu Yen seized the opportunity when Marissa's magic power was fading to launch a large number of noble artifacts. Sensing the rapid, fast, and frequent pitch-black weapons piercing through the air, Marissa had no choice but to pick up her 8 trigrams furnace and endlessly pour her magic power into it. Once again, a dazzling light beam shot out. The magical light beam struck away all the noble artifacts in its path and tore through space. In an earth-shattering explosion, it arrived before Wu Yen like a meteor. But before that, a wave of iron sand swept out from the crimson space behind Wu Yen and wrapped the incoming magic cannon like dumplings. Boom! The powerful magic cannon was like a dud. It was wrapped up and formed into a ball of iron sand and exploded. In the sky, Marissa passed through the smoke and fire caused by the collision of the noble artifact and the lasers with her flying item. She held the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand and with a confident smile on her face, she rushed in front of Wu Yen. Next, Marissa waved her hand and blocked the cannon-like 8 trigrams furnace in front of Wu Yen. Love charm, or spark? After the tender voice sounded, a burst of dazzling light burst out from inside the barrier. Boom! Like a wild clap of thunder, an astonishing roar resounded, carrying with it a violent gust of wind and soaring flames, filling every corner of the barrier. Boom! However, almost at the same time that the strong wind and the flames soared, a gust of mana vibrated violently and dispersed all the flames in the surroundings. At this moment, Patrice and Alice finally saw it. Marissa rushed toward Wu Yen and aimed her 8 trigrams furnace at Wu Yen. A charred hand emitting light smoke was holding it. That was Wu Yen's hand. Wu Yen actually used his hand to block the 8 trigrams furnace when Marissa's magic cannon was about to fire. In the end, Wu Yen's hand was injured, but he was fine. What? Marissa widened her eyes in disbelief. What welcomed her was Wu Yen's murmur. It's over. Wu Yen tightened his grip on the 8 trigrams furnace. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised his other hand and clenched it into a fist. Violent blue and white electric currents flickered on it. Marissa, white! Outside the barrier, Patrice and Alice screamed at the same time. Wu Yan's hand that's covered in blue and white lightning went straight for Marissa's head. She couldn't react in time and he didn't hold back. At this critical moment, a few figures appeared behind Patrice and Alice under the lead of a graceful maid. The moment they appeared, they witnessed this scene. The suave figure in maid attire was startled. She rolled her blue eyes and gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she shouted at Wu Yen. Actually, the person Madame Patrice and Miss Alice like isn't that black and white mouse. Instead, it's you, Sir White. Chapter 1759. Actually, the person Lady Patrice and Miss Alice like isn't that black and white mouse, But you, Lord Bai. These shocking words caused the chaotic battlefield to fall into a state of stillness as if time had come to a standstill. The fist, flickering with blue-white electric arcs, abruptly stopped before it struck Marissa's face. The fist wind didn't lose its momentum as it blew against Marissa's face, causing her resplendent golden hair to flutter in the wind. Looking at the fist that stopped less than 5 centimeters away from her, a drop of cold sweat slid down Marissa's cheek. Wu Yen stopped paying attention to Marissa and turned his head towards the outside of the barrier where the sound came from. His originally gloomy and unsightly face that was tainted by negative emotions is now filled with astonishment. As for Patrice and Alice, their faces alternated between green, white, black, and blue. In the end, their faces turned into a rose-red color. Let alone Patrice and Alice, even Remilia and Fran couldn't react in time. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the culprit behind this sentence. Louis. That sentence just now was said by this head maid who had the beautiful reputation of being perfect and chic. Furthermore, looking at Luo Ye's stiff face, it was clear that she shouted out in a moment of desperation. Of course, it was just shouting. However, Luo Yi didn't think of anything. Of course, Wu Yen, who was filled with negative emotions, definitely wouldn't have thought of Luo Ye's considerations. He looked at Luo Yi in astonishment and was at a loss. What you said is true. With a swish, all the people present cast their eyes on Zui Yi. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Yi calmed down. Under Patrice and Alice's sluggish expressions, she nodded her head. Of course it's true. Luo Yi. You. Perhaps it was because these words were too shocking, causing Patrice and Alice to stutter. They looked at the indifferent Luo Yi. He couldn't even spit out a complete sentence. Instead, Remilia, who was holding Fran's hand, was the first to react and chuckled. So that's what you're planning? Noticing that Patrice and Alice were about to panic, Remilia lowered her voice and said, he explained Jiye's intention. Since Yukumo is jealous that you two like that black and white mouse, he intends to teach her a lesson. Let him think that the two of you like him and the source of his jealousy will disappear. Hearing this, Patchouli and Alice understood Yiye's intention. They looked at each other in dismay. One had to admit that Luo Ye's method was the fastest way to solve the problem. Since Wu Yen is jealous of Patrice and Alice for liking Marissa, why don't we just make him think that Patrice and Alice like him instead of Marissa? This way, not only will he be able to stop Wu Yen, he will also be able to get rid of the jealousy in his heart. Why not? It was because they understood this point that Patrice and Alice couldn't refute it even if they wanted to. However, admitting it was even harder than refuting it. How could these two young girls with extremely tender skin do it? However, there was no time for Patrice and Alice to dilly-dally. Really? Under the influence of his negative emotions, Wu Yen appeared to be muddle-headed. He didn't think too much about it and looked at Patrice and Alice with a perplexed expression. The two of you don't like Marissa and like me? Patrice and Alice's hearts skipped a beat. Just as they were about to retort, Raven Knight whispered from the side. Lady Patrice, Lady Alice, admit it for the time being. Admit it? Patrice and Alice were shocked. They shook their heads without hesitation and shouted in unison. How? How is that possible? Why are the two of you so serious? Remilia snickered at Patrice and Alice as if she was watching a good show. She revealed her cute canine teeth. In any case, even if you admit it, Yakumo Bai will understand that it's only a temporary measure after the moon's drug wears off. So what if the two of you admit it? You make it sound so easy. Alice was infuriated. But if I admit it, how am I going to interact with him? How am I going to interact with him after the drug wears off? That's too embarrassing. Patrice also weakly begged to give up. Remy, let's think of another way. Then think about it. Remilia agreed without hesitation. As long as the two of you can think of another way, there won't be a problem. Patrice and Alice were speechless at Wu Yan's words. On the other side, Wu Yan's expression darkened when he saw Patrice and Remilia whispering to each other. The two of you, aren't lying to me, right? As he spoke, Wu Yen raised his fist in front of Marissa's face. The blue-white lightning arcs flickered even more violently, causing Marissa to sweat profusely. Remilia rejoiced in Marissa's misfortune. Well, since the one being taught a lesson is that black and white rat, I don't mind. Since Milady doesn't mind, then there's no problem. Marissa nodded. Teaching that black and white rat a lesson isn't a bad idea. Teach it a lesson. Flan, who didn't know what was going on, also laughed. She even said that out of kindness. Don't worry. Patrice and that doll's sister, Fran, played bullet screen games with Marissa before. Marissa is very sturdy and won't break. However, not only did Fran's words fail to comfort Patrice and Alice, but it also made the two young ladies' hearts skip a beat. In the end, it was Patrice who mustered her courage and blushed. He cried out as if he had given up on himself. That's right. The one I like isn't Marissa. It's you. Instantly, the flickering blue-white lightning fist in front of Marissa dimmed a little. The haze in Wu Yan's eyes also cleared up. It's effective. Remilia seemed to be excited and urged Alice. Quick, dude. How could I possibly say that? Alice couldn't help but take 2 steps back, shaking her head like a rattle. Her face was filled with panic. And this will. Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on Alice. Alice's body stiffened, and she couldn't react. Miss Alice. Even Dark Knight began to urge her. If you don't say it, that black and white mouse will be in trouble. I. Alice was at a loss. She looked at Marissa, who was sweating profusely under the lightning fist, and didn't even dare to speak. She closed her eyes and blushed as though she couldn't see anyone and shouted. I also like you. The entire place was silent. Wu Yen glanced at Patrice, who had an unnatural expression on her face. Then he glanced at Alice, who had her eyes closed in shame. He sneered. Where's the evidence? This time, it wasn't just Patrice and Alice. Even Remilia and the others had stiffened up. Seeing this, Wu Yan's face darkened and a hint of viciousness surfaced on his face. You're indeed lying to me. After speaking, he wanted to strike Marissa with his hand covered in blue-white lightning. Wait, Patrice called out. I'll give you the evidence. Everyone's gazes converged on Patrice. Patrice looked like she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She gritted her teeth and clenched her hand that had been on the barrier all this time. She had been trying to undo the barrier all this time, but she managed to undo the barrier. Then, Patrice hesitantly walked in front of Wu Yen. Seeing Wu Yan's frown, she steeled her heart and tiptoed. Chirp! After hearing this sound, Wu Yen was stunned, and so were all the girls. Patrice moved away as though she was electrocuted and cried out in panic. Do you believe me now? Wu Yen nodded in a muddle-headed manner. Then he looked at Alice. Alice's whole body stiffened. Don't tell me I want it too? How could I do that? Just as this thought surfaced in Alice's mind, Remilia's words filled with admiration entered Alice's ears. Patrice is truly noble. For that black and white mouse, she was even willing to give her first kiss. However, Remilia didn't know that Patrice had already given her first kiss to Wu Yen. That's why Patrice is willing to give him a kiss to cover up her lie. Let's not talk about kissing. Patrice has already done more intimate things with Wu Yen, hasn't she? But when these words fell into Alice's ears, they provoked her. For Marissa, Patrice was willing to give her first kiss? Then I can do it too. With such thoughts running through her mind, Alice looked at Wu Yen with a gloomy expression. She whimpered and closed her eyes. Then, she charged at Wu Yen and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. As though throwing caution to the wind, Alice cut the Gordian knot. The moment she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace, she tiptoed. Chirp! A second erotic sound echoed in the surroundings. Ugh! Not only that, but Alice also let out a panicked whimper. This was because Wu Yen hugged Alice tightly and stuck his tongue into her mouth, entangling with hers. Chirp, tisk, chirp, ha. In the next moment, the sound of intertwining became even more erotic, causing people's faces to turn red, reverberating in the air. Chapter 1760. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Remilia, Patrice, Zhuyi, and Fran gathered together. Even Marissa was present. They scattered around a bed and looked at Wu Yen. Apart from Fran, the rest of them blushed. After Alice offered up her first kiss for the sake of the so-called evidence, she was entangled by Wu Yen. After a passionate kiss that would make anyone blush, Wu Yen, who was already a bit muddle-headed, collapsed right before Alice was about to suffocate. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, the source of jealousy had been eliminated. The negative emotions were naturally reduced by half. Wu Yan's heart once again emerged and clashed with the evil. Thus, Wu Yen fainted as usual. Afterwards, Remilia and the rest sent Wu Yen back to Scarlet Devil Mansion and let him lie down. They maintained this state and didn't speak for a long time. It couldn't be helped. The people here were all young ladies who had never experienced love before. How could they not feel embarrassed after being kissed so passionately by Wu Yen? Other than the innocent Flan who doesn't know anything, even the careless Marissa is blushing. One can only imagine how intense the kiss between Wu Yen and Alice was. Of course, no matter what, Marissa had a carefree personality. Not long after, she patted her cheeks and sighed. I didn't expect it. I haven't seen Babin's little brother for a day or two, and Lingming's husband was snatched away. Hearing those words, Patrice felt as though she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled and she choked out those words after a long while. Marissa, if I say that what I said to Haku wasn't true, would you believe me? Of course I believe you. Marissa said with a, I know, we all know expression. She looked at Patrice. She gave a thumbs up. Although Ling Meng is my good friend, she is also my greatest opponent. Thus, I will not tell Ling Meng about today's matter. Don't worry. Patrice, who had long expected that Marissa wouldn't believe her words, revealed a broken smile. She no longer spoke. But there was no other way. Who asked Patrice to take the initiative to kiss Wu Yen for the sake of proof? Marissa couldn't possibly know that Patrice only did this because of the ripple she had with Wu Yen. Thus, she took the initiative to kiss Wu Yen for the sake of proof. Patrice naturally couldn't spread the news and could only swallow the bitter fruit. It's over. Marissa completely misunderstood me. It's really over. Pondering over this, Patrice's mischievous smile turned even more bizarre. Coupled with her pale complexion due to her frail body, she looked exceptionally terrifying. If Patchouli looked like she was broken, then Alice looked like she was broken. Ha ha, ha ha. Hiding in the corner of the room, Alice had her back facing everyone present. No one could see her expression clearly, but a sinister laughter kept coming out from her body. My first kiss is gone. Marissa even saw me kissing a man. Ha ha, ha ha. While laughing sinisterly, Alice's body would emit a sinister black aura from time to time. This caused Shanghai and Penglai, who were floating around Alice, to shrink back in fear. The carefree Marissa was completely oblivious to the thoughts of Patrice and Alice. She grabbed her hat as if she was distressed. But both of you like this little brother, and this little brother is Lingming's husband. What should we do? This sentence caused Patrice and Alice to tremble. Patrice's smile became even more sinister while the others' laughter became even more sinister. Remilia felt uncomfortable as she waved her hand. All right, if you want to make fun of Patrice and Alice, wait for Mayunbai to wake up. After all, their first kiss was snatched away and Patrice and Alice can't get married. Can't get married? Patrice and Alice seemed to have suffered a blow as their bodies trembled violently. Who says we can't get married? Seemingly feeling pity for Patrice and Alice, Marissa jumped out as though she wanted to stand up for Patrice and Alice. Patrice's eyes lit up and Alice also turned her head over. However, Marissa's next sentence caused the two to fall from a state of shock to a state of hell. Mayunbai's little brother has a lot of money. If he can raise Lingmeng, adding Patrice and Alice wouldn't be a problem. Marissa, Alice almost flipped out. Her words filled with resentment caused Marissa to shrink back and not dare to speak anymore. Sigh. Remilia shook her head as if she had a headache. She looked towards Patrice, who was muttering, "Can't get married," and asked, "Patrice, can't you think of a way to deal with this fellow? I won't be able to take it if this fellow continues to cause trouble for a few more days. But we can't directly affect the effects of the medicine given by that moon person. What can we do?" Patrice stopped muttering when it came to serious matters. Instead, she revealed a pained expression like Remilia. This is all because Patrice volunteered to test the medicine in order to enter the Forever Pavilion. In order to enter the Forever Pavilion, he wouldn't want to neutralize the effects of the medicine. The only thing we can do is to keep an eye on him during the few days when the medicine takes effect and prevent him from causing trouble. In other words, we have to deal with the trouble this fellow will cause in the next few days when he loses control, Remilia said in a displeased tone. This fellow has only been in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion for a few days and he has already brought us so much trouble. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him enter the Scarlet Fiend Mansion. Sister. Hearing Remilia's words, Fran, who was lying beside Wu Yen and taking care of Wu Yen, turned around angrily and glared at Remilia. Sister, you promised Fran to live with brother. Are you going back on your words? Sister. Sister, Remy can't go back on her words. Patrice didn't wait for Remilia to speak and said to Fran in a vengeful manner. But now, Remy also likes him. Patrice. Remilia jumped up and glared at Patrice warningly. I don't. Patrice looked at Remilia with an unperturbed expression and asked. What? I don't like that guy. Remilia repeated as if she wanted to increase her persuasiveness. Never. However, let alone Patrice, even Marissa, Alice, Xiao Yi, and Fran were looking at Remilia with distrust. Especially Marissa, who directly exposed Remilia's worries. If you don't like that Yakumo bro, why would you come to my place for him? Moreover, you did it under the sun which you hate the most. I said I don't like him. Remilia choked and glared at Marissa with glowing eyes. Do you believe I won't suck your blood dry if you keep talking? I don't believe you. Although she said that, Marissa covered her neck and looked at Remilia vigilantly. Don't think I don't know your appetite isn't that big. You didn't just drink one person's blood and you only drink type B blood. I'm not type B. You. Remilia was furious. How did you know? Marissa proudly puffed up her chest and said in high spirits. In Fantasyland, there's nothing I, Marissa, don't know. Unfortunately, Mo Ye's cold voice exposed her. You only heard about it when you were stealing from Scarlet Devil Mansion, right? Marissa's expression turned sluggish and looked at Zui Yi with dissatisfaction. I only borrowed it, not stole it. I don't care if you borrowed or stole, you sneaked in, you black and white rat. Remilia snorted and she glared at Wu Yen, who was lying on the bed. She started complaining. Looks like my bed is going to be occupied by this guy. How about we lock him up? Marissa said with some excitement. This way we won't let him go out and cause trouble? Even a black and white rat like you knows how to break the wall and escape when you're caught stealing. Do you think Lord Bai is an idiot? Zui Yi stood up and came to Remilia's side. Miss, how about letting me take care of Lord Bai? Hearing this, Remilia, Patrice, Alice, Marissa, and the others looked at Jean Yi with strange expressions, making Jean Ye's expression turn unnatural. Remilia sighed. What a sinful man. Chapter 1761. Thinking about it, ever since he drank Yongling's medicine for the past 2 days, if he wasn't feeling dizzy or tired from the clash of the two natures, he would have fainted and spent most of his time lying in bed. Yongling's medicine was supposed to only affect a person's heart and mind, but in the end, it created such a burden. It was indeed unexpected. However, this also proves that Wu Yan's heart has been trying to resist the evils brought about by Yongling's medicine. He hasn't stopped at all. However, no matter how much he resisted, there would always be an opportunity. There would be times when he would be taken advantage of. There would also be times when the negative emotions would erupt due to excessive suppression and become difficult to suppress. The bullet screen game with Marissa proved this point. Now that things had developed to this extent, neither Remilia nor Patrice dared to treat this as a good show. After all, strictly speaking, even if the bullet screen game between Wu Yen and Marissa was considered to have followed the rules of the rune card, who knew when the negative emotions would cause Wu Yen to break the rules and directly attack others? If that's the case, Boli Miko-sama might even make a move and clash with Wu Yen, who's under the influence of negative emotions. And clashing with Barry would be equivalent to clashing with the entire Fantasyland. At that time, it would truly be troublesome. Regarding this, Remilia's face had a grumbling expression. Patrice also had a headache, but she still seriously instructed Zuyi to watch over Wu Yen. Zuyi seemed to have the same intention and nodded without hesitation. Then, Fran, who wanted to stay behind to take care of Wu Yen, was pulled away by Remilia. Marissa also trembled in fear as she brought Alice, who was still emitting black smoke, and left. Zuyi was the only one left in the room. He stood by the side and looked after Wu Yen. It was rare for him to not be by Remilia's side. He looked after Wu Yen for an entire night. Until the next morning, Wu Yen, who had been sleeping on the bed, suddenly let out a soft groan. The groan was extremely soft. However, his voice reverberated clearly in this incomparably silent room. Along with the sound, Wu Yen, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wu Yen felt a stabbing pain in his head. He couldn't help but cover his forehead and look around with a dazed expression. Scarlet Devil Mansion? Am I back? The dazed expression on his face gradually faded. Wu Yan's clear consciousness returned to his mind, but his face was filled with a strange expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although his head was still a little dizzy, Wu Yan still remembered everything that happened when he was awake, even when he was under the influence of negative emotions. In other words, he got jealous out of nowhere and got into a fight with Marissa. Then he got confessed to by Patrice and Alice. Then he got kissed by the two beauties in front of everyone. Wu Yen remembered all of that. It was because of these memories that Wu Yen felt his headache worsening. If he had a choice, Wu Yen would rather not remember these things. She actually got jealous of Marissa because of Patrice and Alice's Yuri plot and fought with Marissa. Was there anything more shameful than this? In order to prevent himself from doing that, Patrice and Alice sacrificed a lot. Later on, Wu Yen even hugged Alice and kissed her wildly under the eyes of everyone in Scarlet Devil Mansion. How am I going to face others in the future? Hachi Yonglin. Wu Yen could only treat this as humiliation and blame it on Hachi Yonglin. I was really screwed over by you. Grumbling, Wu Yen patted his head and sat up on the bed. But when he sat up, Wu Yen discovered that there was another person beside him. Dazzling silver hair drooped down due to gravity. Some laid on the edge of the bed and some scattered on the owner's cheeks. Along with the owner's long breath, the hair moved up and down along with the owner's cheeks. Her beautiful and long eyelashes seemed to be stained with a little bit of water vapor, reflecting a beautiful luster. The young girl sat on a chair beside the bed, lying on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed out sweet breaths with a serene face. Without a doubt, the young lady was in a deep sleep. Moreover, after taking care of Wu Yen for an entire night, she finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. Needless to say, the young lady sleeping on the edge of the bed is Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi? Looking at the sleeping Xiao Yi lying on the edge of the bed, Wu Yen was startled at first. Then, he guessed what was going on and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Really, you've caused me a lot of trouble. While saying that, he looked at Sakuya's peaceful sleeping posture. Wu Yen couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently brush away the strands of hair that are hanging on Sakuya's cheeks. He also gently caressed her pretty face. The smooth feeling instantly passed through his hand that touched the young lady's skin. However, Wu Yen wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He was completely immersed in Xiao Ye's peaceful sleeping face. In other people's eyes, Zuyi was an all-round person who could even be said to be perfect. Her performance was decent, she was smart and capable, and her temperament was extraordinary. No one could find fault with her. Therefore, she was given the title of Perfect Head Maid. In the past, Wu Yan had more than once admired this highly capable head maid. He also admired Nageo's workability and other aspects of her. But looking at Sakaya's peaceful sleeping face, Wu Yan understood the reason behind it. No matter how good her performance was, how decent her temperament was, how extraordinary her workability was, and how smart and capable she was, the young lady in front of him was just an ordinary young lady who was less than 20 years old. No matter how tense her heart was, no matter how restrained her behavior was, and no matter how much she paid attention to her every move and performance, Xiao Yi couldn't continue to maintain her perfect and chic image in her sleep. Because this was the only time Xiao Yi could relax, and not pay attention to the gains and losses. Without the powerful ability to control time, without the strict requirements for her behavior and performance, Xiao Yi was just an ordinary young lady. This point could be proven by the peaceful and ordinary sleeping posture of the night. Perhaps, this was the first time Xiao Yi exposed her sleeping posture in front of others? Looking at Xiao Ye's peaceful sleeping posture, Wu Yan's heart was filled with uncontrollable tenderness instead of tranquility. This tenderness might have been completely transmitted to Xiao Ye's heart through the hand stroking Xiao Ye's cheek. Xiao Ye's eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. When the wine-red eyes and the blue eyes met, time seemed to have stopped. Wu Yan didn't stop because of Xiao Ye's awakening. He still stroked Xiao Ye's cheek, and the tenderness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Sakuya didn't make any move due to her current situation. It's as if she's immersed in the rich tenderness surging from those wine-red eyes. She maintained her lying position as she stared at Wu Yan without blinking her eyes. Her eyes rippled with emotions. Everything was understood without words, not knowing when Wu Yan moved closer to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi looked at the face that gradually enlarged in her eyes. Xiao Yi didn't want to avoid it. Except for the ripples in her eyes, she didn't make any other move. Under such circumstances, the distance between the two was constantly shortened, and their lips were getting closer and closer. At a certain moment, Xiao Yi gently closed her eyes. The instant their lips touched, Ruo Yi let out a nasal sound. Her delicate body also trembled slightly as she instinctively opened her mouth. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wu Yan stuck out his tongue, caught the soft lilac tongue, and entangled it. This time, Xiao Ye's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't refuse the overbearing invasion of the tongue. She used a jerky and passive movement to slowly intertwine with it. In this perfect atmosphere, it was obvious that Xiao Yi was moved. She gave her first kiss, which she had never thought of giving to anyone before. To be honest, Wu Yan himself didn't expect Xiao Yi to accept his kiss. No matter what, the two had only known each other for a few days. The relationship between them was not so much love, but more like mutual appreciation. It was far from being so intimate. However, it was also true that Xiao Yi didn't resist. Therefore, under the influence of the atmosphere, Wu Yan reached out and carried Xiao Yi to the bed. Chapter 1762. Fantasy Town, Remilia's room. Ruo Yi was lying on the spacious bed. Her maid attire was slightly messy, and her pretty face was covered with a red glow. Her blue eyes were filled with moisture, and her breathing was extremely heavy. There was also some perspiration on her face, which gave her an extremely alluring feeling. Wu Yan placed his hands on either side of Luo Ye's head and pressed his body on top of her. He looked at Luo Ye's flushed face and watery eyes. She seemed to be very aroused. His breathing also became heavy and his hands moved around Luo Ye's body through her maid uniform. Kacha, with this extremely soft sound, one would not be able to hear it if one did not listen carefully. A button on Luo Ye's maid uniform was undone and her white skin was exposed inch by inch. A cool feeling came from her chest and Luo Yi could not help but notice that her maid uniform was being undone. Her face became redder and the water in her eyes became denser. She stared at the person on top of her and did not move her eyes away for even a second. In this situation, Wu Yan's hand reached for the second button on Luo Ye's maid uniform. If this button was undone, then Luo Ye's chest would be completely exposed. This made Luo Ye's eyes finally show a trace of shyness. Her hands that had not resisted could not help but lift up. She pressed them against Wu Yan, who was on top of her. Don't. The perfect and elegant head maid who had always been neither servile nor overbearing was using a shy expression to say no? If it was another man, what would he do in front of such a delicate and lovely person? Wu Yan did not know. He only knew that his words almost made him lose his rationality. Wu Yan's hand, which was about to unbutton the second button on Luo Ye's maid uniform, was now free. He grabbed one of Luo Ye's hands and brought it in front of him. He gently kissed this slender and soft jade hand. Luo Yi seemed to have been comforted by Wu Yan's action. Wu Ye's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She no longer resisted the hand that tried to undo the buttons of her maid's dress. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand again and put it on the button of Shi Ye's maid uniform, just as Wu Yan was about to undo the buttons on Bai Ye's maid uniform and release the softness hidden under the maid uniform. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. At the entrance to Remilia's room, the door was forcefully opened. "Oh, I'm here again." The sudden voice gave the two of them a huge fright. "Ah!" The confusion in Xiao Ye's eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the awe of the past. Apart from that, there was also a trace of panic as he cried out in alarm. She forcefully pushed away Wu Yan, who was on top of her. She sat up and covered her slightly exposed chest. Being pushed away without warning, Wu Yan followed the trend and retreated to the other side. Looking at Xiao Yi, who had regained her consciousness, what emerged in his heart was not embarrassment but uncontrollable anger. As mentioned before, although the relationship between Wu Yan and Xiao Yi wasn't bad, it wasn't good either. They both appreciated each other very much. They could barely be considered friends, but they weren't very close. The reason why Xiao Yi didn't refuse Wu Yan's intimate action and not only accepted his kiss, but also accepted him to take a step further. If things continued to develop, they would definitely have a relationship. It was all because of the atmosphere. In such a good atmosphere, it was believed that as long as people liked each other, they would more or less inevitably have some intimate contact with each other. It was precisely because of this that this perfect and chic head maid would let down her guard and accept Wu Yan's invasion. In other words, this sudden voice had broken a great opportunity to have intimate contact with Black Knight. With Xiao Ye's personality, if he wanted to make progress with her again, he was afraid that the atmosphere would no longer be able to decide, and it wouldn't be that easy. How could an opportunity for the perfect and chic head maid to let down her guard be so easily encountered? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart surged with a sullen feeling like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, there was also an indescribable emotion that definitely shouldn't be expressed by Wu Yan. That was the anger that couldn't be suppressed and instantly filled Wu Yan's heart. Driven by anger, Wu Yan turned his head hard and looked in the direction of the door. Then, holding a broom, Marissa's face with a carefree smile appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. "Oh, already awake?" Marissa didn't seem to notice what Wu Yan and Xiao Yi had just done. She just looked at Xiao Yi, who was sitting on the bed with a red face and clutching her chest, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Under Marissa's curious gaze, Xiao Yi used the fastest speed in her life to stop time and quickly jumped off the bed. She buttoned up the front of her body and tidied up her messy clothes. After doing all this, Xiao Yi glanced at Wu Yan, who lowered his head and couldn't see his expression. She patted her cheeks and suppressed the panic and shyness in her heart. She took a deep breath and calmed down before releasing time stop. Until now, Xiao Yi only needed to talk to Marissa with a calm appearance as usual. Then she could cover up everything and act as if nothing had happened. However, in the next moment, something that disrupted Suye's plan and exceeded his expectations happened. "Misty Rain, Marissa?" Looking at Marissa, who was standing at the door, Wu Yan's eyes were full of anger. His rationality was completely suppressed by anger. "Didn't your family teach you that you need to knock before entering someone's room?" That voice was filled with anger, causing Xiao Ye, who was just about to say his excuse, to freeze on the spot. What? Even Marissa seemed to be surprised, but she quickly shouted with a face full of anger. I came to see you with good intentions. Why are you so angry? If it was the usual Wu Yan hearing Marissa's words, no matter how big his anger was, it would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, Wu Yan's anger not only didn't diminish but also became more and more exuberant, causing him to coldly say such words. I don't think our relationship is so close that we can visit each other. Marissa was stunned. Clearly, she didn't expect Wu Yan to say such words. Lord Bai. Xiao Yi had been observing Wu Yan ever since Wu Yan lost his temper. Seeing the uncontrollable anger in Wu Yan's eyes and his unreasonable words, her expression finally froze. Could it be that it's the medicine of the Forever Pavilion's moon people again? Marissa also heard this sentence. After being slightly startled, she revealed an expression of sudden realization and looked at Wu Yan. In other words, the little brother from the Babin family is abnormal again? Xiao Yi didn't even have time to nod when Wu Yan's face was also filled with anger. It seems that not only did your family not teach you the most basic etiquette, they also didn't teach you the most basic manners. After speaking, Wu Yan directly got off the bed and stood up. With a face full of anger, he walked towards Marissa. Could it be that yesterday's lesson didn't make you understand the gap between us? If that's the case, magic power began to flow around Wu Yan's body. I don't mind letting you have a taste of being defeated again. Sensing the magic power flowing from Wu Yan's body, Xiao Ye's face changed slightly. Marissa was stunned for a moment and spoke in disbelief. You want to play bullet screen games with me again? Isn't this what you like to do the most? Wu Yan's voice had already lowered due to his anger, causing Marissa to tremble with fear. In that case, you should be happy that I'm here to accompany you, right? That. Marissa was baffled and felt that something was wrong. She took 2 steps back and smiled embarrassedly. How about, when you're back to normal, we'll play another round of bullet screen games? Back to normal? Wu Yan was so angry that he laughed. I'm very normal. After speaking, the magic power flowing around Wu Yan's body soared and rushed out like a whirlwind. In the next moment, Wu Yan turned around and disappeared on the spot. Bye-bye. Xiao Yi, who sensed that something was wrong, didn't even have time to activate her ability to stop time before Wu Yan disappeared. She could only scream. Stop. Bang. In the next second, Xiao Yi's voice was drowned out by a muffled sound. Chapter 1763. Boom. The muffled sound was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Red Devil Hall, causing the demonic maids who were about to work to be filled with fear and panic. Not long ago, a muffled sound suddenly rang out in the Red Devil Mansion. Soon after, the second miss of the Red Devil Mansion, who had been staying in the basement, ran away from home, causing the entire Red Devil Mansion to almost flip over. Now that the same thing happened, the fairy servants couldn't help but panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. In the hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia and Fran ran out from one of the surrounding corridors. Patrice also appeared from another corridor and met up with the two of them. What's wrong? Remilia's small face showed a hint of surprise. What happened this time? This sound seems to be coming from your room, Remy. Patrice's beautiful face was filled with uncertainty. Could it be that something happened to Fry again? Big brother. Fran was startled. She leaped off the ground and tried to fly toward Remilia's room where Wu Yan was. However, the corridor leading to Remilia's room shook violently. Boom. Along with the vibration of the corridor, a dull roar once again reverberated throughout the entire Red Devil Mansion. A turbulent flow of magic power gushed out from the corridor like a flood and blew up like a gale. Amidst the torrential magic power turbulence, Marissa miserably flew out on her broom. When she caught sight of Remilia, Patrice, and Fran, her expression lit up. She rushed over as though she was escaping. Save me! Your butler killed someone. Marissa flew towards Remilia, Patrice, and Fran and jumped down from the broom while shrieking. She hid like a cowardly tortoise under the dubious gazes of the three young ladies. She hid behind Remilia, who was the smallest of them all. Your butler killed someone. Your butler killed someone. Marissa, what are you talking about? Patrice furrowed her brows. In the Red Devil Hall, other than Juilly, there isn't a single human. Could it be that by killed Juilly? Or did some human rat sneak into the Red Devil Hall? Remilia shot a glance at the trembling Marissa behind her and sneered meaningfully. Then just kill him. Why do we need to spread the news everywhere? In Fantasy Village, there were no written rules that forbade killing. There were rules that forbade demons from causing trouble in the human world and killing people in broad daylight. Don't think that the Fantasy Village was peaceful just because Ling Meng and Marissa quarreled all day long. In reality, human lives were not that valuable in the Fantasy Village. One of the instincts of monsters included attacking humans. Other races also more or less treated humans as their food. Therefore, other than in the human realm, it wasn't strange for someone to die in Fantasy Village. Even if they were lost in the fantasy country from the outside world. If they could find the Boli Shrine and obtain the protection of the Boli Shrine, they might be escorted into the human realm. But if they were to encounter a monster and get eaten, no one would think about it. Including Ling Meng. Including Marissa. Therefore, killing people was not worth making such a big fuss in the Fantasy Village. Moreover, Remilia wasn't wrong. No human would sneak into the vampire's base except for Marissa. You heartless bastards. Marissa shrunk her body. She hid behind Remilia's back and shouted. The one your butler wants to kill is me. Just as Marissa's voice fell, a strange light flashed across her eyes. The magic power turbulence that swept out stagnated and dissipated. Wu Yen walked out step by step with a gloomy expression. The fury in his eyes was about to erupt. Marissa grabbed Remilia's shoulder with one hand and she pointed at Wu Yen, who was walking towards them step by step. She started yelling at him. That murderous look, someone will definitely die. Even without Marissa's words, Remilia, Patrice, and Fran also felt that it was abnormal for Wu Yen to be so angry. They looked at each other in dismay. Lord White. At this moment, Black Knight abruptly appeared beside Wu Yen and grabbed Wu Yan's arm. Please calm down. Black Knight. Let me go. Wu Yen struggled to get up. Today, I must teach this unfortunate Black and White a lesson and let her know what etiquette and manners are. I am not some unfortunate Black and White. I have a name, Misty Rain Marissa. Marissa protested, but Wu Yan's furious glare scared her out of her wits. She shrunk back and hid behind Remilia's back. On the other side, Remilia and Patrice cast inquiring gazes at Black Knight, who was tightly grabbing Wu Yan's arm. Black Knight bitterly smiled and nodded, instantly understanding the situation. The reason why Wu Yan is so angry is because of Yonglin's medicine. Seeing Wu Yan's furious expression, Remilia and Patrice glanced at each other in confusion. Wu Yan didn't seem to be the same as yesterday. He didn't attack Marissa out of jealousy. Besides, with Patrice and Alice's confession, there shouldn't be anything on Marissa that could make Wu Yan jealous. What was going on here? The day before yesterday, he was too arrogant and conceited. Yesterday, he was jealous. Today, he's brimming with anger. Patrice suddenly raised her head after muttering to herself for a while. That moon person's medicine is effective for 7 days, and its effect is to trigger the most fundamental sin in a person's heart. Could it be that the most fundamental sin is, what's wrong? Remilia hurriedly asked when she saw Patrice's glowing eyes. Patrice, did you think of something? Yes. Patrice nodded. She looked at Wu Yan and she replied in a low voice. I think I know what sin the moon person's medicine triggered. What? Remilia's eyes lit up. Even Fran came over to look at them. What sin is it? It's hard to explain in such a short time. Patrice shook her head and said to Remilia and Fran. In any case, no matter what White does today, don't make him angry. Don't make him angry at all. HM? Remilia tilted her head to the side. That's because I'm afraid Haku will be very irritable today. Patrice sighed and advised. So, Remy, you have to remember to control your temper. Don't get into a conflict with Bai Qi right now. If you get into a conflict, Bai Qi might do something irrational. Do you understand? What are you talking about? You make it sound like I lose my temper all the time. Remilia complained. I am the owner of Scarlet Fiend Mansion. I won't get angry for no reason. Why? Fran exposed Remilia's lie without hesitation. Big sister is the best at getting angry. She's like a child. What did you say? Remilia glared at Fran furiously. Patrice couldn't bear to look at Remilia as she clutched her head. See, didn't you get angry with just one sentence? Noticing that relying on Remilia isn't a good idea, Patrice stood up and softened her tone as she told Wu Yen. White, no matter what Marissa did, you should have taught her a lesson. How about we just let it go? Wu Yen stopped trying to break free from Sakuya's grip. He glanced at Marissa, who is hiding behind Remilia, and then he glanced at Patrice, who is pleading for leniency. His anger dissipated quite a bit as he snorted, and he warned her. If there's a next time, I will tie you up and hang you outside Scarlet Fiend Mansion to guard the door with China. Got it? Marissa nodded her head and didn't dare to disobey. Wu Yan's anger subsided. He turned to Patrice, who sighed in relief, and he asked her. Come here. Don't stay with that unfortunate black. Patrice stared blankly at him. Why? Wu Yan frowned. Aren't I the one you like? Patrice's face stiffened and she was petrified. Wu Yan's face sank. His eyes were burning with anger. Hurry up. Seeing Wu Yan about to explode again, Patrice cursed herself for reaping what she sowed. She obediently walked over to Wu Yan. Chapter 1764. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. At this moment, Patrice was seated stiffly on her seat. Due to her sickly condition, her pale face was flushed with a blush. Her eyes were filled with bashfulness, anger, and shame. She didn't even budge as though she was a wooden block. On the side, Remilia, Fran, and Marissa were also sitting in their own seats. Zuyi was standing behind Remilia as usual. However, the expressions on the four girls' faces were very interesting. They all had their own expressions. Remilia was slightly dissatisfied. Fran was slightly envious. Marissa was giggling as though she was watching a good show. As for Zuyi, his gaze shifted to Patrice's position with a complicated look in his eyes. Under the gazes of the four young ladies, Patrice was like a young lady who was being humiliated. Her face turned redder and her delicate body started trembling. In the end, Patrice could no longer endure the gazes from the surroundings and turned to her side. Wu Yan is leisurely sitting there with a fork in his hand. He's eating the meat on the plate in front of him, one bite at a time. Why is he only using one hand? Because Wu Yan's other hand wasn't free at all. It was resting on Patrice's shoulder. In other words, Wu Yan placed his hand on Patrice's shoulder and hugged her. He hugged her tightly like a pair of lovers. They looked very intimate. Because of this, Patrice was behaving in such a manner. However, it was clear that Patrice couldn't hold on any longer. She weakly squeezed out a voice. Bai, since you're eating, why don't you let me go first? Wu Yan stopped his actions. He glanced at Patrice's bashful and indignant appearance and found it hilarious. Actually, after Patrice left Marissa's side, Wu Yan regained his composure. He instantly understood that he was once again affected by the effects of Yonglin's medicine. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's casual nature, he might be angry at Marissa for ruining his plans, but he wouldn't go berserk to the point of attacking Marissa. Driven by his anger, even though he knew that Patrice confessed to him to get rid of his jealousy towards Marissa, Wu Yan decided to go with the flow and let Patrice come to his side. Needless to say, this could only be caused by Yonglin's medicine. However, today's situation was different from the previous 2 days. On the first day, Wu Yan was extremely arrogant and conceited. On the second day, Wu Yan's reaction was one of extreme jealousy. Today, however, Wu Yan is acting extremely irritable. Even if it's just a trivial matter, he would still get a little angry, let alone Marissa's ruining of his plans. In 3 days, Wu Yen went through 3 different states. His mental state also manifested 3 different kinds of emotions. Could it be that in the next 4 days, he would have to display 4 different emotions? Then what kind of emotions would they be? While he was pondering over this question, Patrice had already arrived by his side. At this moment, Wu Yen felt awkward. After all, he couldn't possibly apologize to Patrice and tell her that he couldn't control himself and ask her to leave, right? Because he was jealous of Marissa yesterday, he played a barrage game with her. Patrice and Alice had to confess to him to get rid of the jealousy in their hearts. Wu Yen felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how to face Patrice. Therefore, Wu Yen decided to make the best of it. In other words, Wu Yen had accepted Patrice's confession and made her his lover. As for Patrice, she knew that Wu Yen was in an extremely irritable state. Therefore, in order not to anger Wu Yen and cause trouble for Wu Yen, she could only play along with Wu Yan's act. However, even though she had lived for over 100 years and was a witch with profound knowledge and high attainments in magic, Patrice had never come into contact with such matters apart from having some lesbian feelings for Marissa. Right now, Wu Yen was hugging her shoulder and receiving everyone's gazes. Patrice felt dizzy and couldn't take it anymore. Wu Yen inwardly exclaimed at her pureness, and at the same time, a mischievous attitude arose in his heart. Wu Yen said in a righteous tone, "How can that be? How can eating be more important than you?" In other words, rather than letting go of her lover to eat, she might as well give up on eating and be intimate with her lover. Such words of love not only made the young ladies who had never been in love but also the innocent Fran blush and felt extremely mushy. It also made Patrice want to find a hole to hide in. By the way, after living for over 100 years, Patrice had never heard anyone say such words of love. Not to mention Patrice, who had lived for over 100 years, even Remilia, who had lived for over 500 years, couldn't take it. "I say, if you two continue to be lovey-dovey in front of me, do you believe that I won't chase you out?" Remilia clenched her teeth in anger. She didn't know why, but she was angry. Scarlet Devil Mansion forbids impure relationships. If you want to be lovey-dovey, go back to your room. Remy. Patrice looked at Remilia angrily. She clearly knew that he was forced to do this, but he still buried himself in it. Could they still be friends happily? On the other hand, Wu Yen nodded and hugged Patrice even tighter. He then gently blew into her ear. "Then, let me finish this meal first." Feeling the warm breath and soft whispers in her ear, Patrice's expression changed and she almost moaned. She endured the strange feeling and quickly nodded. Wu Yen released Patrice and she heaved a sigh of relief. "I say, little brother, aren't you being a little unreasonable?" At this time, Marissa seemed to have forgotten the pain after her wound healed. She spoke with a dissatisfied expression. "I don't object to you being lovey-dovey with Patrice, but don't forget, you still have Princess Ling Meng and Alice confess to you. What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean by I still have Princess Ling Meng? I don't even have the slightest bit of relationship with Princess Ling Meng, okay?" Wu Yen inwardly ridiculed and rolled his eyes. He spoke with a matter-of-fact expression. "Don't worry, I will treat them well too." Remilia, Patrice, Koi Yi, and Marissa didn't react for a split second. But when they did, shock surfaced on their faces. Could it be? Remilia spoke with incomparable astonishment. "You intend to have a foot in 3 boats? What do you mean by having a foot in 3 boats? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to reveal a dissatisfied expression. "I only wish to divide this love equally among the 3 of us." Remilia and Marissa nearly fell over. "Isn't that the same as having a foot in 3 boats? Wu Yen wanted to retort, but an ice-cold gaze swept over him, causing him to turn sluggish. He secretly glanced behind Remilia. Sanya used a frighteningly cold gaze to look at Wu Yen. The tray in his hand was unknowingly twisted. Only then did Wu Yen snap out of his complacent state. He almost pushed the head maid to the ground, and now he's saying that he's going to step on 3 girls, and she's not one of them. Even if the atmosphere of the Black Knight gathering was just the atmosphere, they should be itching to cut him into 1,000 pieces, right? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Patrice coughed. Her charming face turned even paler and attracted everyone's attention. Patrice. Remilia seemed to have thought of something, and a worried expression surfaced on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine. Patrice waved her hand nonchalantly. It's just an old ailment. Hearing Patrice's words, Wu Yen frowned. You have asthma, right? Patrice looked at Wu Yen in astonishment. How did you know? Wu Yen didn't reply. Instead, he put down his fork and knife and held Patrice's hand. Patrice struggled for a while before she said bashfully. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? Wu Yan's lips curled up. Helping you treat your illness. Chapter 1765. Scarlet Devil Mansion, Underground Library. At the end of the library, there were several hidden doors that could only allow one person to pass through at a time. Behind these doors, there were rooms for people to live in, and some were warehouses for storing miscellaneous items. There were only 2 rooms that could be used for people to live in. Needless to say, one of these rooms belonged to Patrice and the other belonged to the imp. However, at this time, the little devil was not in the room. Instead, he was tidying up the messy books in the pile not far from the room, categorizing them and placing them back on the bookshelf in front of him. However, from the way the little demon kept glancing at one of the 2 rooms that could be used as a living space with indignation in her eyes, it could be seen that the little demon's thoughts were not on those books at all. The room that the imp kept glancing at wasn't her room but Patrice's. Just a moment ago, Patrice entered the room. Furthermore, she wasn't alone. Of course, the imp didn't know that Patrice wasn't willing to bring anyone in and didn't dare to. It was too dangerous to be alone. This thought was confirmed when Patrice brought the imp into her room and the imp spoke. Take off your clothes. Patrice almost couldn't believe her ears. She froze on the spot. Wu Yen thought that Patrice didn't understand his meaning and decided to remind her again. Take off your clothes. How is that possible? After realizing that Wu Yen wasn't joking, Patrice didn't do as he said. Instead, she crossed her arms and shouted with a flushed face. Didn't you say you wanted to treat my asthma? I didn't know that I needed to take off my clothes to treat asthma. How can I treat your asthma so quickly with normal methods? Wu Yen didn't care about Patrice's panic. He waved his hand casually. If it was that easy to cure, you wouldn't have relapsed. You haven't recovered for 100 years. What can I do? It's a hereditary disease. It's not like it's an acquired illness. Patrice's tone carried a hint of resignation. She cast a doubtful gaze at Wu Yen. I haven't been able to find a cure until now. Can you really treat my illness? Since I've said it, I naturally have a way. Just do as I say. Wu Yen spread his hands. So, you just have to do as you're told. Take off your clothes. Wu Yen closed in on Patrice as he said that. Patrice had an embarrassed and anxious look on her face. It was as though she was about to cry. No matter what, isn't this too difficult? As Wu Yen approached, Patrice couldn't help but retreat. Her arms were still crossed in front of her. She looked like a delicate and pitiful girl who was about to be violated. My disease is a hereditary disease. It's very difficult to cure, but it only happens once in a while. Since I'm fine now, it doesn't matter if I don't treat it. Who would leave their illness untreated? Looking at Patrice backing away with a blushing face, Wu Yen felt like he's turning into an evil person. He rubbed his nose and he pounced on her. Since you don't intend to do as I say, I'll have to do it by force. Seeing Wu Yen pouncing towards her with an evil expression, Patrice screamed and wanted to escape. But in terms of physical strength, how could a pure mage like Patrice be Wu Yan's opponent? Therefore, Patrice didn't even have the chance to turn around and was hugged tightly. Feeling the thick male aura, Patrice finally panicked. She raised her fists and pounded on Wu Yan's chest without caring about her image. You! Let go of me! I'll scream. I don't want to say that no one will hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse, but if you want to scream then go ahead. I have already set up a barrier so no one will be able to hear you inside this room. Wu Yan snickered when he heard this line that all girls would say when they are being violated. So, no matter what I do to you, no one will come to save you. You. Patrice struggled. If you don't let go of me, I'll make my move. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan ignored Patrice's weak struggle and chuckled. Because you're not my opponent. Under Patrice's horrified expression, Wu Yan placed his hand on the edge of Patrice's clothes. No.
What?
In the next second, in the room that only the two of them could hear, a sorrowful wail that only the two of them could hear, reverberating endlessly. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the room with clothes scattered all over the floor. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't say anything for a long time. Woo. Patrice whimpered as she curled her body into a ball and laid on the bed. Using her slender hands, she attempted to cover her naked body, but her efforts were in vain. No matter how Patrice tried to cover herself up, her voluptuous and slender figure wasn't something that could be blocked by a pair of hands. Her actions were merely to comfort herself and to give the only person who could enjoy this beautiful scenery a pleasant feeling. Looking at Patrice's naked body, Wu Yan's heart was filled with amazement. He could only find one word to describe it. Beautiful. If he had to find another word to describe it, then there was only one. Snow White. This word was often used to describe a young lady's beautiful complexion. However, it was an exaggeration after all. Wu Yan didn't believe that anyone could have skin as white as snow. Because if it was white to that extent, wouldn't it be equivalent to losing the color of one's skin? However, this young lady before him used facts to tell Wu Yan that in this world, there really were people with skin that could be described as snow white. It couldn't be helped. Due to her years of illness and inactivity, Patrice's skin was so fair that it would cause one to feel dizzy. However, it wasn't the kind of paleness that would cause one to feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was a jade-like luster that was smooth and flawless. Especially Patrice's delicate thighs. Her skin was so tender that it was almost transparent. Her pair of slender and elegant legs, coupled with the soft curves of her slender waist, outlined a heart-stirring curve that would make one's blood boil. What was even more unbearable was Patrice's voluptuous, delicate, and firm bosom. It was a dazzling snow-white, glossy, and jade-like. Its scale could be described as perfect. One wouldn't be able to grasp it with one's hand. It was so voluptuous that one couldn't shift his gaze away. Right now, her voluptuous breasts were tightly protected by the sobbing Patrice. However, one could still see the dazzling soft flesh around them. Wu Yan couldn't shift his gaze away. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Patrice shrunk her body while sobbing in shame. Don't look. Looking at Patrice's timid appearance, Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but soften. He sat on the edge of the bed and stroked Patrice's soft purple hair. Don't worry. You look very beautiful like this. Patrice lifted her eyes and met Wu Yan's gaze. She had been suppressing the irritation in her heart a moment ago, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with gentleness. Her heart couldn't help but tremble as her charming face flushed. Patrice couldn't help but have such a thought. Letting him look at me doesn't seem to be such a frightening matter. Patrice couldn't help but jump in fright. She hastily shut her eyes and cried out with a flushed face. Since you want to treat me, then hurry up. Hearing Patrice's words, Wu Yan recalled that he was here to treat Patrice's asthma. Even if he wanted to do something delightful, he had to treat her asthma first. Wu Yan took a deep breath and he closed his eyes. He started caressing Patrice's soft and supple body. In that instant, Patrice's delicate body jerked. However, Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to observe Patrice's expression. His consciousness was immersed in his own body, awakening a certain consciousness slumbering in his body. Canon, can it be treated? Not long after, Canon's serene voice transmitted into Wu Yan's mind. Because it's an illness and not an injury, it will be a little difficult. But it shouldn't be a problem. All right. Wu Yan nodded heavily. Then let's begin. In the next moment, a gentle white light flashed in the room. Chapter 1766. Buzz. Under the urging of mana, a soft white brilliance flickered in the entire dim room like a sun. When it was at its brightest, it was so bright that people couldn't see anything clearly. Even when it was at its darkest, the light could fill the entire room. Patrice had curled up into a ball with her back facing Wu Yan. Even though her perky buttocks would be exposed to Wu Yan's eyes, it was better to expose her back instead of the front. In order to treat Patrice's asthma, Wu Yan used the angel's holy light ability to place his hand on Patrice's back. As Patrice's back was facing him, he naturally placed his hand on her soft back. But unknowingly, Patrice's body began to relax and lay flat on her back. Her delicate body was exposed and her blushing face gradually turned into a healthy rosy complexion. Patrice, who had been closing her eyes to sense the condition of her body, was astonished. Patrice knew her body better than anyone else. Due to her asthma, Patrice's breathing had never been smooth. Even when her asthma didn't flare up, her breathing was more difficult and weak than ordinary people. But now, Patrice could clearly feel that not only was her breathing gradually smoothing out, but her breathing had also become stronger. What did this prove? This proved that the asthma that had plagued Patrice for 100 years and would cause unbearable pain whenever it relapsed, was disappearing at a rapid pace. How could Patrice not be astonished? Patrice's asthma wasn't an ordinary disease. It was a hereditary disease. Like Natsuki, Patrice was born a demoness. However, she wasn't like Natsuki, who had signed a contract with a devil and gained powers. Instead, she was born with powerful magical powers and wasn't of the human race. Perhaps it was due to the massive amount of magical powers that she was born with. Basically, all the witches in Patrice's family suffered from asthma. Even Patrice carried the cause of her asthma, causing it to be a characteristic of her body that she carried around with her. Since it was an illness that was like a characteristic of her body, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to use medicine and magic to eradicate it. Even with Yonglin Hakimaru's medical skills that could cure almost any disease apart from reviving the dead, she couldn't cure Patrice's asthma. Remilia had even attempted to remove Patrice from the fate of being asthmatic, but failed as well. But now, Patrice's asthma was truly disappearing. This wasn't something that could be done with just the healing ability of the angelic holy light. It also required the help of the angelic holy light's miraculous purification ability to get rid of this disease that was absolutely a burden to the body. Patrice's asthma was a characteristic of her body. In fact, it could also be treated as a curse. Of course, it couldn't be considered a curse, but it could also be attached to the human body. Compared to a curse that placed a specific burden on the human body, Patrice's asthma could be said to be rather similar in nature. Due to this point, Wu Yan ingeniously utilized the purification ability of the angel's holy light to dispel any negative effects. Together with the healing ability of the angel's holy light, he removed Patrice's asthma from her body and proceeded with the treatment. Because Wu Yan can only rely on a portion of his familiar's power, he can't do this alone. That's why. Therefore, he awakened Canon and allowed her to control his ability. Through his body, Patrice could receive a comprehensive treatment. And the facts proved it. This method was indeed feasible. The pale complexion on Patrice's face was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye and was gradually being replaced by a rosy complexion. As time elapsed, the rosy complexion on Patrice's face gradually returned to normal while the unhealthy whiteness gradually disappeared until it was completely gone. She acutely sensed that her breathing wasn't as labored as before and her body felt much lighter. Patrice couldn't help but release a limp, lazy, and comfortable moan. Wu Yan shuddered violently and laughed bitterly. "Please, if you don't want me to lose my rationality, can you not make such a sound that easily breaks me down?" Patrice's charming face blushed like a ripe apple. If it wasn't for the blanket that Wu Yan tossed to the ground when he forcefully removed her clothes, Patrice would have pulled up the blanket and buried her face in it. No matter how calm and farsighted Patrice was usually, Her behavior at this moment was no different from an ordinary young lady. She didn't know that such behavior would easily make a man lose his rationality. After confirming that Patrice's illness was completely cured, Wu Yen couldn't help but extend his arm and embrace her naked body. Patrice's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she recall that she wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. Her body subconsciously struggled. But at this moment, Wu Yan's hand had already slid up and down Patrice's soft body and occupied a high spot. "Don't do this." Patrice's voice began to tremble. "My illness has been cured, I got it." Wu Yan laid down beside Patrice. Her back is facing him as he sniffed the fragrance of her hair. At the same time, his naughty hands started rubbing Patrice's sensitive spots, including her full and round breasts. "But I worked so hard to treat you. Shouldn't you give me a reward?" "I'm not muck." Patrice grabbed Wu Yan's wrist, but she couldn't break free from his grip. She could only move his hand around her body. Patrice's heart skipped a beat as she tried to move his hand around her body. Then, Wu Yan rubbed his teeth against Patrice's earlobe. "Shall I call you Patrice?" Patrice's trembling heart pounded rapidly. Apart from Remilia and Fran, no one else called her Patrice. To be more precise, no one had a good relationship with Patrice. Even Marissa was the same. Now, a man whom she had only known for a few days actually wanted to call her that. If it was the Patrice of the past, she wouldn't mind even if others were to call her that. However, she would never agree to it. But at this moment, Patrice considered seriously. Then she spoke in a mosquito-like voice. "It's better than anything else. This could be considered a disguised agreement." Wu Yan's actions became even more rough as he caressed the soft body in his embrace. When Patrice's breathing became louder, he whispered in her ear. "Patrice, I want you." Patrice's heart skipped a beat. When she reacted, she pleaded. "Don't okay?" "Why?" Wu Yan asked softly. "If you say you don't have a favorable impression of me, I won't believe it." Indeed. If Patrice didn't have a favorable impression of Wu Yan, when Wu Yan attempted to strip her naked, she would have made a move even if she knew she couldn't win. But the truth was she did resist, but she didn't make a move. After hearing Wu Yan's words, Patrice had to admit it even if she didn't want to. Ever since she was devoured by the Book of Souls in the library and had intimate contact with Wu Yan had left a faint shadow in her heart even if she wasn't willing. After all, Patrice had never been so intimate with anyone before. How could she not care? But while she cared, it was impossible for her to fall in love with Wu Yan after just 2 to 3 days of interaction. But Wu Yan did occupy a certain position in her heart. This position might rise in the future, but it wasn't to the point where Patrice was willing to give up her body. Therefore, facing Wu Yan's question, Patrice could only plead. "Let me think about it, okay?" Chapter 1767. Let me think about it, all right? Hearing Patrice's reply, Wu Yan turned silent. Think about it? The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. If she still said, think about it, then there was an 80% chance that it was hopeless. However, it was better than a rejection, right? Since Patrice didn't reject him outright, it meant that Wu Yan was still worthy of her consideration. Moreover, touching her soft body, Wu Yan could clearly feel her hesitation. Apart from hesitation, there was also a trace of fear. This wasn't strange. Even if Patrice had lived for a long time and was knowledgeable, how could she not be afraid of the most important first time of her life? Since that was the case, Wu Yan could only sigh inwardly. He let go of Patrice's alluring body and stood up. Phew! Patrice heaved a sigh of relief. She shrunk her naked body and looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. "You. Leave first. I know, I don't need you to remind me." Wu Yan appeared to be furious. He snorted and walked towards the door with a hint of irritation. Although he didn't force her, Wu Yan was still furious that she rejected him. After all, Wu Yan was under the influence of Yonglin's medicine and was in a state where he could easily get angry. Patrice didn't have the heart to see Wu Yan leave. She blurted out a sentence without much thought as she watched Wu Yan's departing figure. I will think about it and give you an answer next time. Wu Yan paused for a moment but not for long. In the next second, he raised his feet and opened the door to Patrice's room. He left without turning back. However, Patrice wasn't dejected at all. Instead, her expression relaxed. If she wasn't wrong, Wu Yan should have nodded slightly before he left. The irritable atmosphere in the room also eased up. Am I going to be bullied by him in the future? She looked around her room and looked at her clothes that were scattered all over the floor. She felt her body burning from the intimate contact she had just had. Patrice lowered her head and whimpered helplessly. I should be resisting and hating him. Why can't I resist at all? After walking out of Patrice's room, Wu Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the restless lust in his body. He also suppressed the uncontrollable rage. One had to admit that Patrice was a stunner. Be it appearance or figure, Patrice was top-notch. She wouldn't lose to anyone Wu Yan had ever met. Even if she lost to others, it could only be in other aspects. It definitely wouldn't be in terms of looks and figure. In addition, due to her long years of illness and her constitution, under Patrice's calm and steady personality, there was also a delicate character. Once that calm and steady exterior was peeled off, one would see a frail young lady that no one else could see. She usually gave off a wise and calm vibe, but at certain moments, she would reveal a weak side. Coupled with her outstanding appearance and figure, if this wasn't a stunner, then what was? Facing such a stunner, to be able to hold back when she showed her weak side and was stripped naked, Ling Yun thought. Wu Yan started to admire himself for not losing control of himself and devouring this stunningly beautiful creature. Of course, after being rejected by Patrice, Wu Yan felt somewhat disappointed. And this sense of loss was transformed by the irritable feeling in his heart, turning into complete anger. If Patrice didn't say those words before she left, Wu Yan would probably be looking for someone to vent his anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath before bitterly laughing out loud. Fortunately, I only got angry easily today. If I was as arrogant as yesterday and jealous as yesterday, after being rejected by Patrice, I would probably force myself on her. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan attempted to calm himself down. It's best if I don't interact with too many people today. Otherwise, if I can't suppress my irritation, I might get into a fight. Thinking of this, Wu Yan decided to return to his room and sleep. Unfortunately, before Wu Yan could take a step forward, a figure flew over and landed in front of Wu Yan. It was the little devil who was sorting out the books. Lord Bai. Seeing Wu Yan standing in front of Patrice's door, the little devil unwillingly used an honorific and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Where's Lady Patrice? Wu Yan sensed the unfriendliness in the little devil's tone. However, he knew why the little devil was behaving in such a manner and shrugged. She's in the room. The treatment just ended. Is that so? The little devil's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked. Then, Lady Patrice's illness. Seeing the little devil's expectant expression, Wu Yan smiled. Don't worry, she's fine now. Really? The little devil jumped on the spot and almost cheered. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at Wu Yan. Lord Bai, you didn't take the opportunity to do anything to Lady Patrice, right? Take the opportunity to do something? Wu Yan glanced at the little devil and spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. What do you think I'll do to Puki during this time? Patrice. Little demoness glared at him. Her heart was filled with displeasure. Why is Lord Bai calling her so intimately? Did you get Lady Patrice's approval? The imp's tone is obviously hostile, making Wu Yan, who had a hard time suppressing his anger, feel pissed off as well. Although you are Puki's familiar, aren't you overstepping your boundaries and protecting her a little too much? Wu Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Imp. Since he is a head taller than Imp, he looked down at her from a commanding position. Since you're afraid of your mistress being taken advantage of, why didn't you chase that unfortunate black and white rat out of the library? It's not that I didn't want to chase that black and white rat out. The little devil shouted angrily. I just couldn't defeat that black and white rat. Oh! Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. In other words, you think you can defeat it? The little devil's angry expression froze on her face. Soon after, she deflated like a deflated balloon. Can't. Then don't make me angry. I'm in a state where I get angry easily. Wu Yen smirked as he thought of pranking her. Besides, if Patrice becomes my lover, I will be your male master. Oh. The little devil made a funny face at Wu Yen. Lord White, you've only known Lady Patrice for a few days. How could you possibly win her heart? Is that so? Wu Yen revealed an unreadable smile. The little devil had a bad premonition. Then, since your mistress has just recovered, why don't you take a look at her condition? He didn't wait for the imp's reaction and headed straight for the entrance of the library. Imp looked at Wu Yan's departing figure with a suspicious look. She turned around and opened the door to Patrice's room. She entered the room after doing so. In the next moment, the little devil's screams echoed throughout the library. Lady Patrice, why aren't you wearing any clothes? A little devil, why are you here? Lord Bai just left the room and Lady Patrice isn't wearing any clothes. Could it be that you? And no. It's not like that. It's not what you're thinking. Lady Patrice really found a master for me. I said it's not like that. Patrice's panicked shriek and the little devil's sorrowful cries echoed throughout the library. Wu Yen, who was walking towards the entrance of the library, smirked. Who asked the little devil to be so ignorant and almost triggered the irritation that Wu Yen had suppressed with great difficulty? Moreover, Wu Yen wasn't lying. Patrice said that she would consider whether to follow Wu Yen. If she decides to follow Wu Yen, wouldn't Wu Yen become her master? I'm just stating the truth. Although it's only a possibility. After messing with the little devil, Wu Yan's mood improved. He walked out of the library and headed towards Remilia's room. Chapter 1768. The next day, on the balcony of the second floor, Remilia and Fran were sitting opposite each other. One of them looked bored, while the other was lying weakly on the table. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't look like their usual self. They looked lazy from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, it was daytime. For vampires who only moved at night, daytime was equivalent to night. It wasn't strange for them to be so lethargic. Only Zui Yi, who was standing on the side with a tray in his hand, knew that the two vampire sisters weren't lethargic because of the weather. Sigh. Remilia rested her chin on her hand and looked at the clear sky outside. Scarlet Devil Mansion has been noisy for the past few days. It's so quiet today that I'm not used to it, Zui Yi couldn't help but think to himself, as expected. Remilia was lethargic because Wu Yen wasn't here. Zui Yi found this to be inconceivable. Did his young mistress already see Master Bai as an indispensable part of her daily life? Thinking of this, Zui Yi hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, Young mistress, do you need me to wake Master Bai up? Wake him up for what? Remilia turned her head away. The medicine on him from the moon is still working. Who knows what he'll do today? Just let him sleep. It'll save him a lot of trouble. Zui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's true. Fran, who was lying on the table, looked up and glanced at Remilia. Suddenly she said, Sister really isn't honest, huh? Remilia was surprised at first and then looked at Fran with dissatisfaction. Fran, why are you talking about sister like that? Fran is just telling the truth. Fran said with a grunt. Don't think Fran doesn't know. Sister has been looking forward to brother feeding sister like that day. Right? That's not true. It's not like that. Remilia panicked and glared angrily at Fran. I'm not a child. I don't look forward to being fed by that guy. Really? Fran giggled. Then Flan will tell Big Brother that Big Sister doesn't want Big Brother to feed her. From now on, Big Brother only needs to feed Flan. That fellow is the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion. Remilia's expression became unnatural. Since Since you're the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, it's only right for you to feed your master once or twice, right? So Big Sister is admitting that you want Big Brother to feed you? Fran muttered. Sure enough, it's because Big Brother didn't feed Big Sister in the morning. That's why you look so listless. Fran. Remilia glared at Fran. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. What? Fran puffed up her cheeks. Fran is just telling the truth, you. Remilia was incomparably furious, but she couldn't say anything. Her adorable face was dyed with anger from being too agitated. Hey Louis. However, at this moment, Fran ignored Remilia. She turned around and looked at Luo Yi as she spoke pitifully. You really can't wake Big Brother up? Second young miss. Luo Yi replied hesitantly. It's rare that Lord Bai didn't cause any trouble today. Let him stay in the room. Perhaps it's not bad. But Big Brother isn't here. Fran feels so bored. Fran laid down on the table again. Fran wants to go out with Big Brother. Second young miss, please endure for a few more days. Luo Yi comforted her. When Lord Bai gets better, I'll definitely take you out to play. Plus, Big Sister can take you out to play too. Remilia said sourly. Why must that fellow take you out to play? Fran tilted her head in confusion. But Big Sister can't bask in the sun, right? How can you take Fran out to play? Then I'll take you out to play tonight. There's nothing fun at night. That's not it. There's a lot of fun at night. What's so fun about that? We can have a banquet. Why are we having a banquet again? Luo Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the two little sisters in front of him. One was distressed while the other was helplessly listening to her. Once upon a time, Remilia had always hoped to live a peaceful life with Fran like this. However, reality gave her a cruel situation and forced her to lock Fran in the basement. Now, Remilia got what she wanted. She got the life she always wanted to live. And all of this was because of Yakumo Bai. It was inconceivable, and it was brought by a mysterious person. Thinking of this, Luo Yi couldn't help but want to see Wu Yen. He cautiously said, Young miss, I think we should wake Lord Bai up and see how he's doing. It'll be better for us to plan. Hearing this, Fran lifted her head and looked at Remilia expectantly, which made Remilia, who was already tempted, feel a little annoyed. Go ahead if you want to. But wake Big Brother up. Fran cheered and jumped down from her seat. She took Luo Ye's hand and ran inside. Louis, let's go wake Big Brother up. Second young miss. Luo Yi hurriedly called. I told you to slow down. Remilia muttered unhappily as she watched Fran take Luo Ye's hand and leave. Seriously, all of you only know how to think about that guy. Red Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Big Brother. Standing at the door of the room, Fran gently knocked on the door with her small hand while calling out in a crisp voice. Big Brother. Get up. Fran's knocking and calling were met with an indescribable silence. Big Brother. Fran thought Wu Yan didn't hear her and raised her voice. Are you still not awake? There was still no response from the other side of the door. It was silent. Big Brother. Get up. Fran's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. You can't sleep too much. It wasn't until Fran knocked on the door for the third time that a weak, cotton-like voice sounded from the other side of the door. Let me sleep a little longer. Big Brother, what's wrong? Hearing Wu Yan's weak response, Fran worriedly stood on her tiptoes and twisted the doorknob. Are you sick? At the same time, the sound of the door being unlocked was heard. Seeing this scene, Zui Yi also became somewhat worried. Although they have only known each other for less than 3 days, from the first morning Wu Yan stayed in Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakuya knew that Wu Yan is very lazy in the morning and he hates it when people disturb his sleep. That's why the door is usually locked. But now, the door was unlocked. What's going on? Lord Bai. Luo Yi felt that something was wrong and took Fran's hand and pushed the door open. I'm coming in. Luo Yi entered the room with Fran, but as soon as they entered the room, Luo Yi was stunned. That's because she saw Wu Yan lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. His eyes are half closed, he's not sleeping at all. His blanket was kicked off the bed but he didn't pick it up. No matter how she looked at it, it's weird. After all, Wu Yan wasn't the kind of person who kicked the quilt and didn't bother to pick it up. Besides, Wu Yan's expression was completely normal. There was no arrogance, jealousy, or irritation like before. There was only laziness and his breathing was normal. He didn't look like he was sick. Moreover, at this time, Wu Yan's state was not so much that he was sick. It was more like he had just run 10 laps around Fantasyland and was too tired to get up. Goodbye. Luo Yi felt a little strange and asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" "Big brother, are you sick?" Fran climbed onto the bed and touched Wu Yan's forehead. "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm the true ancestor of vampires. I can't even die. How can I be sick?" Wu Yan humphed weakly. He raised his hand but before he could lift it more than 10 centimeters, he slumped back down. "I just want to sleep a little longer. I want to rest more. I want to stay at home and in bed. I don't want to go anywhere." After saying that, Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he didn't think he was convincing enough. 10 seconds later, he snored softly. Luo Yi and Fran looked at each other and got up. They were speechless when they saw Wu Yan sleeping. Chapter 1769. Scarlet Fiend Mansion, Remilia's Room. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zui once again gathered in the room. They looked at the sleeping Wu Yan and sighed. For the past 3 days, Wu Yan caused trouble almost every single day. Although the Scarlet Devil Mansion can't be said to be in a state of unrest, it's definitely not a peaceful one. Now, Wu Yan was lying on the bed in an extremely obedient state. He wasn't even willing to move an inch. It was a stark contrast from before. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zui weren't used to it. However, one thing was for sure. Wu Yan's current state wasn't normal either. Although he wasn't making a ruckus, isn't it abnormal for him to be too quiet? What's more, Wu Yan's current state is more like a half-dead than a peaceful one. Anyone can see that there's something wrong with him. Then, what's going on this time? Remilia said in a helpless tone, her face full of annoyance. Could it be because he hasn't sucked blood for a long time and is finally experiencing a side effect? However, he also said that the vampire true ancestor doesn't need to rely on blood to survive. Even if he doesn't drink a drop of blood for the rest of his life, there won't be any abnormalities. Patrice shook her head as she pressed on the nightcap on her head. So, there's only one possibility for such an abnormal state. Is it the medicine of that perpetual moon person again? At this point, Remilia's helpless tone turned into one of helplessness. But he was so noisy for the past 3 days. Why is he suddenly so quiet today? On the first day, Wu Yan didn't cause any trouble, but because of his arrogant behavior, Remilia almost went berserk. Sakuya even went so far as to erect an impenetrable wall between the two of them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely realization, he's afraid that sooner or later, the people of Scarlet Devil Dojo wouldn't want to get close to him anymore. The next day, due to his jealousy, Wu Yan became hostile towards Remilia. He escaped from the Scarlet Devil Mansion, causing a commotion in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. He even started a barrage game with Marissa. If it weren't for Patrice and Alice coming to the rescue, Marissa would have gotten a few bruises by now. On the 3rd day, which is yesterday, Wu Yan started causing a ruckus early in the morning. He sent Marissa scurrying all over the place while sending the Scarlet Devil Mansion into a state of panic. Luckily, Wu Yan knew his limits. In order to avoid trouble, he hid in his room and slept for the whole day. Otherwise, it wouldn't end up like this. Today, Wu Yan was lying on the bed in a half-dead state. Even with so many people surrounding him, he wasn't willing to say a word. He was shaken awake several times, but he still continued to sleep. Compared to the past 3 days, the contrast was too great. It was natural for Remilia to have doubts. In response to Remilia's question, Patrice pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I have a guess about the effects of the moon person's medicine. Guess? Apart from Fran, who laid on the bed and had her attention on Wu Yan, Remilia and Zhuyi turned their attention to Patrice. "Lady Patrice," Zhuyi said with uncertainty, "you mean to say that you know what happened to Lord Bai for the past 4 days? It's not hard to understand if you think about it." Patrice glanced at Remilia and Zhuyi. The moon person from the Eternal Pavilion said that the medicine Lord Bai swallowed could trigger the most fundamental sin in his heart. This so-called fundamental sin, if I'm not mistaken, should be the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins? Remilia and Dark Knight froze at the same time. The 7 deadly sins refer to the 7 original sins that are the root of all sins. Patrice recalled and slowly explained. They are known as sins that all intelligent life cannot avoid. They are divided into pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They are the root of all sins. Arrogant people will be arrogant, conceited, and condescending. They will despise everything they see, whether it is strong or weak, whether it is a man or a woman, whether it is a human or a beast. They will feel that they are insignificant. Arrogant people will not bother to communicate with them, or even approach them. Envious people will be envious, jealous, and resentful of what others have but they don't have. Be it money, looks, or even an excellent partner, if they don't have it, or if they have it but can't win against others, envious people will want to use the power they have to plunder, rob, or even destroy everything. Envy is the foundation of the 7 deadly sins, and the shadow of envy can be found in the other 6 deadly sins. Furious people will be extremely irritable. Facing such a person, even a word that he doesn't like would trigger him to vent his anger and revenge. He would vent his anger without any reason. Such a person is also the one who would easily hurt the things around him or her. Zhang Tai said as he looked at Zhang Tai with a cold expression. On the other hand, lazy people have nothing to pursue in their lives. If we insist on pursuing something, then the only pursuit of lazy people is sleep and rest. Even if they are hungry, they will consider sleep and rest first. Even if they are thirsty, they will also consider sleep and rest first. To sum it up, they are lazy. Patrice said so much in one breath. Then, she shifted her gaze to Wu Yen, who is lying on the ground. Don't you think that Haku's performance in the past 4 days is related to the 4 original sins? Remilia and Zhuyi nodded in agreement. On the first day, Wu Yan's arrogant attitude was a display of arrogance. Even Yonglin, who was one of the top 5 in strength and influence in Fantasy Village, was looked down upon by him. Wasn't that arrogant? On the second day, Wu Yan was extremely jealous. Even though Zhuyi was only fulfilling his duty, he developed enmity towards Remilia. Even a quarrel between Patrice and Alice caused him to resent Marissa. Wasn't that a display of jealousy? On the third day, which was yesterday, even though Marissa's carefree attitude was infuriating, not to mention the fact that she had ruined Wu Yan's plans, Wu Yan was only dissatisfied at most. How could he be so angry that Marissa was forced to flee from the Scarlet Devil Mansion? And today, Wu Yan was in such a half-dead state. Wasn't that a display of laziness? The moon dwellers of Eternal Pavilion once said that the medicine Haku consumed would last for 7 days. Patrice sighed. Thinking about how Bai has been changing her appearance every day for the past few days, and then thinking about how the moon people's medicine in the Forever Pavilion can trigger the most fundamental evil in a person's heart, I think the effect of the medicine should be to induce one of the 7 original sins in the person who takes it in 7 days. This, Zhuyi said in astonishment. That is to say, Lord Bai will commit the 7 original sins of pride, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust in 7 days, right? That's right. Patrice nodded heavily. The 7 sins will all manifest in these 7 days, and it seems like it's not something Bai can control. It's something he naturally wants to do. So, to be honest, I'm really surprised that Bai can suppress the 7 sins while he's in the state of the 7 sins. Patrice wasn't the only one astonished. If Yonglin knew about this, she would probably be astonished as well. After all, no matter who it was, everyone would commit at least one of the 7 original sins. Even a newborn would subconsciously crave food and commit the sin of gluttony. Who could say that they would never commit these 7 original sins? Even the perfect and confident head maid, Black Knight, would sometimes be arrogant, jealous, and furious. To a certain extent, Patrice's thirst for knowledge was also a form of greed. Jealousy and fury would also occur at times. It was just that the degree of jealousy and fury differed. As for Wu Yen, he naturally couldn't avoid it. However, Yonglin's medicine amplified and strengthened the sins of the 7 deadly sins, causing Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins to be stronger than anyone else's. That's why so many things happened. Then, his current state is due to the influence of the sin of sloth? Remilia looked at Wu Yen, who is still snoring. She felt a headache coming on. There's no other way. Zui, you will take care of him today. Zui bowed slightly. Milady. Chapter 1770. Thus, apart from Lai Yi who stayed behind, Remilia, Patrice, and the reluctant Fran left the room to do their own things. Opening his eyes with great effort, Wu Yen gazed at the departing figures of Remilia, Fran, and Patrice. He appeared to be half dead, but that was only because he was too lazy to speak. However, Wu Yen had clearly heard their conversation. In fact, Wu Yen had more or less guessed it. The so-called most fundamental sin that Yonglin mentioned was the original sin of the 7 deadly sins. Just like what Patrice had said, the 7 deadly sins were the root of all sins. No one could avoid committing at least one of the 7 deadly sins. If anyone could avoid all 7, then that person would be a saint. Therefore, the 7 deadly sins could be said to be human nature. Since it was human nature and unavoidable, how could one control it? That's why when Wu Yen committed pride, envy, wrath, and today's sloth, he didn't notice that he was in a state of triggering the original sin. He even went as far as to vent his inner sin when he was in a state of triggering the original sin. Because this was a sin that everyone would commit. Wasn't it an unavoidable sin? Because of this, when Wu Yen realized that something was wrong with his condition, he was able to suppress the sin that was his nature. This was the reason why Patrice said that she would be surprised, and also the reason why Yonglin might be surprised as well. Of course, Wu Yen didn't feel that it was strange. Indeed, human nature couldn't eradicate the deadly sins. However, in people's hearts, there were things more important than their own lives. Facing these things, even the most arrogant person would be biased. Even the most jealous person would consider gains and losses. Even the most furious person would be soft-hearted. Even the most lazy person would try to work harder. Under the baptism of the sin of pride, Wu Yen, who intended to take Seiko Yi as his own, would rather resist than submit when he realized that this would cause Seiko Yi to leave him. Under the baptism of the original sin of jealousy, enmity and killing intent towards Remilia arose. Wu Yen, who sensed that he might harm Remilia, would rather run away than comply. Under the baptism of the cardinal sins, even if he was angry at Patrice for rejecting his request, he would rather hold it in than force her to do anything. Therefore, under the baptism of the original sin of laziness, if something happened to anyone in the Red Devil Mansion today, Wu Yen would rather work hard than watch it happen. That was the bottom line. It was a bottom line that even human nature could not touch. Wu Yen believed that if any of the girls by his side were to face the same situation as him, they would definitely be able to suppress the 7 deadly sins. Even if that would put an excessive burden on his mind, it would still be the same. Lord Bai, Luo Yi, who had disappeared from the room, abruptly appeared on the edge of the bed, holding a tray full of dishes in his hand. His blue eyes looked at Wu Yen. Lord Bai, you should eat something first. Wu Yen clearly heard Sakuya's words, but he's too lazy to open his eyes. He's also too lazy to respond. He continued to lie there without any reaction. Seeing this, Luo Yi shook his head with a smile. He bent down and shook Wu Yan's body. Lord Bai, even if you want to sleep, please eat breakfast first. However, no matter how hard Luo Yi shook, Wu Yan's snoring was still the same. He had no intention of waking up. Sigh. Luo Yi sighed. It was impossible for Wu Yan to not wake up after shaking him like this. He should be too lazy to open his eyes, right? It had to be said that Yongling's medicine was indeed overbearing. Although laziness was one of the 7 deadly sins and was an unavoidable nature, laziness was also divided into degrees. Taking a break was laziness, doing nothing all day was also laziness. It was clear which was more important. However, Yongling's medicine increased this laziness to the extreme, making people feel lazy to even reply. Wasn't this tyrannical? Luckily, Yongling's medicine isn't able to bestow extreme laziness. Wu Yan, who is suffering from the sin of laziness, would find breathing a very troublesome task. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. Luo Yi had no choice but to say this. Then, Lord Bai, let me feed you, okay? As soon as Luo Ye's voice fell, Wu Yan lazily opened his eyes, but he did not move. He was lying straight on the bed, looking like a living dead with all his strength sucked out. This made Luo Yi angry and amused at the same time. This also made Sakuya realize that ever since she met Wu Yan, her relationship with Wu Yan seems to have gotten a lot richer. Without saying anything more, Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed and put the breakfast on the bedside. He helped Wu Yan up a little and then picked up the bowl and spoonful of porridge. Scooping up half a spoonful of porridge, Sakuya carefully tested the temperature of the spoonful. She hesitated for a bit before putting the spoonful of porridge in front of Wu Yan's lips with great care. Lord Bai, have some porridge first. Looking at Sakuya reaching over and raising the spoon in front of him, treating him like a patient, even the lazy Wu Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. He couldn't help but open his mouth and gulp down the porridge in front of him. The next moment, the warm liquid flowed into his throat from his mouth and into his body, warming up Wu Yan's stomach. Since the porridge was made by Luo Yi, there must be no problem with the taste. However, Wu Yan did not care about the taste of the porridge. While drinking the porridge spoonful by spoonful, his eyes were fixed on Luo Yi, who was constantly blowing the porridge in the spoon and carefully feeding it to him. This is the first girl to feed Wu Yan ever since he got the system and came to Silveria. Ever since his fate changed, this is the first girl to feed him. Even Ikaros did not have this opportunity. Now, Luo Yi was feeding him in order to take care of him. How could Wu Yan not look at her? Maybe it's a psychological issue, but Wu Yan and Nagaya felt like this meal was going on for a very long time. Although it was long and no one spoke during the process, the whole room was wrapped in a warm atmosphere. Even Wu Yan and Luo Yi felt as if their hearts had melted. They felt particularly warm. Under such circumstances, looking at Wu Yan, who looks like he's expending a lot of energy to open his mouth to eat, Sakuya's beautiful blue eyes unknowingly lost their usual stern and cold aura. Instead, it's replaced by gentleness. Her movements also became gentler and gentler. Unfortunately, no matter how long the meal was, it would end eventually. After the meal, Wu Yan flopped onto the bed like a puppet with its strings cut. He didn't even bother to adjust his posture. He closed his eyes and in less than 10 seconds he didn't move at all. Luo Yi shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She put the empty bowl on the tray and stood up. Just as Luo Yi was about to take the tableware to the kitchen to wash, a very soft voice entered Luo Ye's ears. "Thank you." Luo Ye's body froze on the spot. Wu Yan, who was completely still, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Yi, who was frozen on the spot. In his heart, an impulse drove him to suppress the sin of laziness and let him speak. "Fran is my sister, Remilia. I am also very willing to treat her as my sister, and you, I also want to treat you as my family, a very important family member." After saying these words, Wu Yan simply closed his eyes and really did not move. Luo Yi stood there for a long time without responding. After a long time, she turned around and lowered her head to look at Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed. A very beautiful smile appeared on her face. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed again. Her blue eyes stared at Wu Yan's sleeping face. As if she could not help herself, she reached out her hand and stroked Wu Yan's face. "Luo Yi is just a servant. I am not qualified to be Lord Bai's family member. Luo Yi is young lady's maid. If Lord Bai becomes young lady's brother, then Luo Yi will be Luo Ye's young master." After saying that, A peaceful smile appeared on Luo Ye's face. At that time, Luo Yi will do her best to serve you. Luo Yi did not care whether Wu Yen heard this or not. After gazing at Wu Yen for a while, she packed up her things, gently closed the door and walked out. Chapter 1771. Time passed quietly. At some point, Wu Yen, who was lying on the bed like a corpse, opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling blankly as if he's in a state of sluggishness. He's not sleeping anymore. Since yesterday, in order not to cause trouble for the people around him, Wu Yen went back to his room and slept soundly. Plus today's half a day, that is to say, Wu Yen has slept for more than 30 hours. From a physiological point of view, if one's body was not in a weak state and overslept every day, the body would automatically reject sleep when it reached a certain level. If one continued to sleep like this, it would even cause a stabbing pain in the head. That's why, under the influence of the sin of sloth, no matter how lazy he is, he couldn't make himself close his eyes after sleeping for so long. Naturally, he couldn't fall asleep either. However, because of his lazy mentality, Wu Yen did not want to find anything to do, nor did he want to get up. He was not even willing to turn over and change his position. However, just lying on the bed and doing nothing felt particularly uncomfortable. Therefore, after finding that there was no way to fall asleep, Wu Yen finally made up his mind. Go out and stay for a while. Of course, walking is too troublesome, shopping is too tiring. Wu Yen just wanted to find a place to lie down and enjoy the scenery outside. Unwillingly, he mustered up a bit of energy and used all his strength to summon the mana in his body. Resisting the urge to slack off, he chanted a few incantations that are hard to understand. Buzz! The next moment, the magic of space transfer in the room worked. The fluctuations of space rippled out little by little and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Not long after, Wu Yen completely disappeared from the room, leaving no trace or sound. It was noon. The sky was clear and sunny. Wu Yen quietly appeared on a grassy plain in Fantasy Village. As soon as he appeared, he was lying down on the grassy plain as if he had been lying there since the beginning. He did not look out of place at all. A gentle breeze blew, causing the grass around him to sway and bring fresh air. Wu Yen, who was too lazy to move, could not help but take a deep breath. His face, which was originally filled with laziness, was now filled with a trace of contentment. Excluding those monsters, fairies, demon spirits, and other non-human creatures, the fantasy village was actually a very magical place. It wasn't like the real world where there were skyscrapers, car pavilions, and houses, where there was a trace of noise that a city should have. It wasn't like some bustling cities and villages where there was garbage and dirty industrial gas everywhere, and there was no traffic or exhaust gas. In terms of the environment, it was simply a paradise. It is an environment like this. Wu Yen has never seen such a place except in Sit. However, there is a setting in Sao. It is an imaginary world. Even if you want to throw garbage, it will turn into pieces like dead players and monsters. It is impossible to pollute the environment. However, Fantasy Village is real. Thus, Wu Yen really likes Fantasy Village, this utopian environment. Not to mention, he also likes Fantasy Village. There are many magical places in Fantasy Village. Of course, there are also places with bad environments in Fantasy Village, but Wu Yen has never been there. Unknowingly, Wu Yen had such an idea. If there is a chance, he must explore the entire Fantasy Village. Suddenly, Wu Yen frowned. Wu Yen has the taser ability and excellent spatial sensing ability. When he wants to set up defenses to prevent sneak attacks, he will subconsciously fill his surroundings with electromagnetic waves to turn himself into a wide-area radar or directly sense the space around him. It is similar to an individual entering water. When the individual is in the water, he will squeeze the water away from the area he occupies to increase the water level. Although the addition of an individual in a space would not increase the density of the space, it was an undeniable fact that the individual occupied a position in the space. Under these circumstances, Wu Yen can feel it. Whether it's the electromagnetic waves around him or his perception of the space around him, everything is telling him that something is wrong. Someone is around. There is obviously someone around, but Wu Yan did not hear or sense anyone approaching him. Only the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing are telling him that there is someone around him. Wasn't this a little too strange? Does the person have the ability to conceal himself or eliminate his presence? Thinking of this, Wu Yan is slightly interested in the existence that is approaching him. Wu Yan closed his eyes and suppressed the laziness in his heart. He blocked all the 5 senses that are affecting his detection. He increased the release of electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability to the limit. This time, Wu Yan sensed it. Thanks to the electromagnetic waves and his perception of space, Wu Yan could feel it. In a corner around him, an individual caused the electromagnetic waves to reflect and occupy the space in that corner. Following the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability, Wu Yan opened his eyes and looked at the corner. However, in that corner, Wu Yan did not find anything. No, it should not be said that he did not find anything. Instead, something or an ability is preventing Wu Yan from finding that existence. This made Wu Yan squint his eyes and smile. No matter what kind of existence it is, since it can cause electromagnetic waves to react and occupy that space, then no matter how good its hiding ability is, it can't prevent Wu Yan from discovering this existence. Because, even if Wu Yan can't find this existence can't escape the system's perception. Immediately, Wu Yan activated the system's perception ability and scanned the corner. Then Wu Yan was stunned. Under the system's perception, the existence that was hiding itself and preventing Wu Yan from discovering it was finally exposed. It was a petite young girl who was standing under a tree in front of him. She raised her head and seemed to be observing something. She was a petite girl with shoulder-length gray hair with a tinge of light green and green pupils. The girl's age looked like a child of about 10 years old. She wore a small yellow blouse with a green collar with 2 white lines running through it. Between her collarbones, chest, and near her heart, there was a light blue diamond-shaped button. Her lower body was a green skirt with 2 white lines running through it. The skirt was painted with a branch of an unknown plant. The girl's sleeves were black, and her shoes were also black. There was a purple heart-shaped pattern on them. She wore a crow feather hat on her head, and there was a light yellow ribbon on the front left of the hat. It was a very simple outfit, but it gave people a different feeling. The real difference was that in front of the petite girl's left chest, there were 2 tubes extending out. One went around her right shoulder and connected to the heart of her left foot. The other formed a heart shape on the left side of her face and connected to the heart of her right foot. Her eyes were tightly shut. There was no doubt that this petite girl who looked less than 10 years old was not a human, but a monster. And it was a monster that could hide from Wu Yan's senses and even cognition. He could only rely on the reflection of electromagnetic waves and sense of space to find her existence. Gu Ming's love, level 82. Receiving the feedback from the system, Wu Yan muttered in a daze. Gu Ming's love? In this silent environment, Wu Yan's voice spread out clearly. Carried by the wind, it went into the ears of the petite girl named Gu Ming's love. Gu Mingni turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are still flashing with the system's perceptive sense. Gu Mingni revealed a surprised expression. It was natural for Gu Ming's love to show a surprised expression. Because, under normal circumstances, no one should be able to discover the existence of Gu Ming's love. But, from the eyes of the person lying there, unwilling to move, Gu Ming's love did indeed see it. The person who had never seen it before and didn't know when it started had definitely discovered the existence of Gu Ming's love. This made Gu Ming's love surprised. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.